Right.
Well, I got it turned in. I was just checking on the other one. instructions. Hey, Rob.
Hey Jeff, this is Rob. He probably doesn't have his radio on. I will get it to you.
Do you have one yet?
This time we might share the lane closest to the floating dock in the competition pool, right next to lane 1. Between lane 1 and the dock, we'd like to clear that for pace work. And the swimmers who are looking to do pace work, I'd like to clear that lane 0 between lane 1 and the dock area for pace work. Thank you. Test, 1, 2, test.
This is my viewing area.
Yeah, you got it. I didn't want my pen back.
I'm gonna get a lasso on some of you guys that do this during the race.
What's that?
When you're standing there, some of you will go. And we keep trying to look around you, and you guys keep bobbing back and forth and rocking back and forth. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Or we'll get there and we'll go, and as they get to the 25, and one of you will go, or else it's the race changing and all four have to parade on you and changing the guard. We're like, oh, what the? So, hey,
It's
we
like,
make it work.
it's like our golf swing, you know? We're looking to see if it's quite going out of bounds or not. Are they going to get there?
Yeah, exactly.
We have 5 minutes left for warm-ups in the competition pool. 5 minutes left for warm-ups in the competition pool.
Did he usually catch up with him when he comes over to UP? Yeah. Yeah, he needs a little something. Goodness knows he's caused him. Oh yeah, okay.
At this time, we are going to close the competition pool. At this time, we ask everyone out of the tank 1 area, please. We are closing the competition pool at this time. A few reminders before we get underway this morning. We ask that there be no flash photography at the start of any race. We also ask that the crowd please remain quiet at the start of each race. Swimmers must get to the starting blocks by going via the scoreboard end of the pool. At the turn end of the pool, the spectator side, officials and lap counters for the 500 free only. Please no standing by teammates, family, friends, or coaches is allowed. For swimmers making the championship finals in individual events, we have your bio sheets. We thank you for that. A reminder to please go to the warm-up area behind the black curtain to march out. Those are for championship finalists only. Another reminder, the floating dock is for coaches and officials only. And coaches are reminded to pick up the All-America forms before you leave the area today.
rock and roll, baby.
You know what?
Championship day.
Hey, Cindy.
You can't get fired up today, you don't have to come. That's all I got. Because that's what I'm coming to tell you, baby. Look, for once, I got to mark that down because it's not your own. Hey, when you get 64, rock and roll. Thank you. Hey, thank you.
I told Dave, you could take somebody's best friend and touch that ball. There's a lot of things I love about it the most, though. Yes, I know, but you are the best. I know. You're the most positive person I know. I'm going to borrow it, that's all.
Good morning and welcome to Mount Hood Community College for the finals of the 2012 OSAA 6A Swimming State Championships, sponsored by U.S. Bank and Les Schwab Tire. The OSAA and the participating schools encourage you to cheer for your school and treat the officials in opposing schools with respect. Help us make the event exciting while preserving the integrity of the sport. We hope you will enjoy the swimming and positively support your school.
I think that's what one has a consideration for.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present our meet officials and staff who put on the state swimming championships each year. Leading the way, Assistant Executive Director Cindy Simmons. Our OSAA State Rules Interpreter Jackie Oliver. Our meet directors Jim Jackson and Donna Ryan. Our referee, Rob Monaco. Our deck referee, Julie Carpenter, Ruth Fisher-Wright. Our starters, Kim Marco, Joel Schrage. Our team lead for 6A, Jeff Goodman. Our two judges, Joe Gall, Julie Miller, Nancy Munn, Joanne Ruzicki. And on electronic assignment, Alex Arizawa, Debbie Eaton, Julie Greenway. Red High-Tech, Pat Adler, Mark Strand. Our stroke and turn judges, Mike Andrews, Jim Butler, Gary Dalrymple, Dave Canales.
I'm just going to set mine on top of yours until I'm done with relays.
Michael LaPrette, Julie Murphy, Ray Ortner, Kate Shaw, Jim Wright, Stephen Turner, Karen Watanabe Saylor, and Peggy Whitnauer Lee.
Get this man a name tag.
I'll be right behind
Him?
He said he's off to that. No name tag.
He's got the shirt on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask everyone to please stand as we honor America with the performance of our national anthem.
I know, I got home at 10 last night and then had to leave at 5:15.
Wow. You're as good as my hours.
Yeah. So we're starting at 8, right? So I'm going my watch is at 7:59:30. Keep it consistent.
Good morning from the Mount Hood Community College Aquatic Center. This is OSAA.TV, and it's finals day at the OSAA U.S. Bank Les Schwab Tires 2012 6A Swimming State Championships. I'm Todd Pickett along with Dave Wenda, and we welcome you here to Gresham. We're just about ready to start our finals competition in the 6A classification. Jesuit will be going for its 4th consecutive girls team title today, while Sunset will try to defend the boys' crown. They narrowly defeated Grant by a 14-point margin last year. And we start things off, Dave, with big points right off the bat.
Yeah, double points for all the relays today, Todd. That means 16 points for first, 26 for second, and so on down the while. So you can get a great start here in the first event of the day, the girls' 200-yard medley relay.
Now, in our 6A competition today, we'll have 2 finals. This first race at each classification is a consolation final, but points are scored for 7th through 12th place in these races. You cannot advance beyond 7th place, regardless of your time, in comparison to anyone else in the A final. We'll set the field for you after the gun. This is the B final or consolation final in the girls' 200 medley. At the top of your screen in lane 1 is West Salem. Maria Wetzel leads off for them. In lane 2 is Southridge, Sarah Braun. In lane 3, South Eugene with Madeline Hummel. Lane 4, Tualatin, Catherine Gertzmer. Lane 5, David Douglas, Alana Fan. And lane 6, West Lynn with Brianna Durdall. Each swimmer up and back one time. Our state and OSAA records set last year by Lake Ridge. They're in the final. 1:46.01 was their time a year ago, and the national record is 1:40.80. At the touch, it's Tualatin in first, followed by Southridge, West Salem, David Douglas, South Eugene, and West Lynn. From top to bottom in lane 1, Mackenzie Rumrell for West Salem, Jessica Lee in lane 2 for Southridge, lane 3, Eva Winter for South Eugene, lane 4, Madison Goforth for Tualatin, lane 5, Emma Redwine Hickson for David Douglas, and lane 6, Bree Ballsbow for West Lynn. The touch goes to Southridge halfway through. West Salem is second. West Lynn third, South Eugene fourth, David Douglas fifth, and Tualatin sixth in this consolation final of the girls medley. For Southridge, it's Kyrie Dahl swimming the third leg, West Salem, Ali Rasmussen. For South Eugene, Chrissy Morrison, Tualatin, Alyssa Fuji, Alice Oakes for David Douglas, and Sarah Cooper for West Lynn. At the end of the butterfly leg, it's going to be close, but touching first is South Eugene. Their anchor is Jamie Koyman. In second place, West Salem with Hannah Carey. Third, Southridge, Karen Wan. Fourth, West Lynn, Shiara Wolf. Fifth, for David Douglas, Janessa Dyke. And sixth, Jessie Schroeder for Tualatin. Coming to home and in lane 4, it's Tualatin coming on strong. Jessie Schroeder in the free, and she's going to bring Tualatin home. South Eugene, will touch first. South Eugene at 1:55.52. West Salem second at 1:56.80. Southridge third, 1:56.82. David Douglas fourth at 1:57.10. Tualatin fifth, 1:57.30. And West Lynn sixth at 1:58.16. Those will be points 7th through 12th in the girls 200 medley relay. Points in the relays, as we mentioned, you get 32 team points for winning. It's huge. 26 for second and all the way down to 2 points for 12th place. This is the biggie. This is the championship final in the girls 200-yard medley relay. From top to bottom in lane 1 will be Century. Lane 2, St. Mary's. Lane 3, Lake Ridge. Lane 4, Jesuit. Lane 5, Reynolds. And lane 6 is Newburgh. Lake Ridge had the best qualifying time yesterday at 1:50.16. Jesuit was second at 1:50.98.
Well, just getting back to the B final for a second, South Eugene got a great butterfly leg there from Chrissy Morrison to kind of come out of nowhere, grab the lead, and then held on in the anchor leg, and they pick up the 7th place points. 14 points, not bad for the Axemen to start off the day.
In lane 1, Yulia Ludina, a freshman, swims for Century. Lane 2, Alexis Perry for St. Mary's. Karen Turner leads off for Lake Ridge. Caitlin McMahon is Jesuit's first swimmer. Abby Miracle leads off for Reynolds. And Cassie Beecher is the first swimmer for Newburgh, top to bottom, lanes 1 through 6. And the first touch in the backstroke leg is going to come to Lake Ridge, in lane 3. I'll learn to read lanes sometime this morning. Lake Ridge at 26:45, then Jesuit at 28:07. Century third at 29:15. Mackenzie Rumrell swims for West Salem. Jessica Lee for Southridge. Eva Winter for South Eugene. Whoops. Doggone it. Sorry, folks. Haley Leitner for Century. Miranda Ali Wynn for St. Mary's. Brenda Cha for Lake Ridge. Blaise Whitnauer Lee for Jesuit. Chrissy Vu for Reynolds. And Alicia Bush for Newburgh. Touch goes to Lake Ridge. Shaw with a good second leg at 56:19. Reynolds second at 58:22. Jesuit third at 58:85. Ellie Thornbray swims for Century. Elena Basada for St. Mary's. Noelle Foden-Venzel for Lake Ridge. Kathleen McCarroll for Jesuit. Rachel Lawrenson for Reynolds. And Catherine Mays, the third swimmer for Newburgh. Lake Ridge with the touch at 1:24.16. Jesuit second at 1:25.09. Almost a full second lead for Kelsey Forster swimming the anchor for Jesuit to have to make up against the freshman Madeline Hummel swimming for Lake Ridge. And she is making it up. They're going to come down to the wire. Points on the line. Lake Ridge and Jesuit to the wall. Jesuit pulling away and touches first. 1:49.32. To Lake Ridge, 1:49.64. Reynolds in third at 1:51.71. St. Mary's fourth at 1:52.40. Century fifth, 1:53.07. And Newburgh in sixth at 1:53.39. Quite the anchor leg there, Dave.
Yeah, great finish. Good way to start the day off with a very tightly contested anchor leg in the A final of the girls' 200-yard medley relay.
Boys 200 next. We'll start with the consolation final. In lane 1 will be Jesuit. Lane 2, Gresham. Lane 3, Lake Oswego. Lane 4, Westview. Lane 5, Sheldon. And lane 6, West Salem. At the top in lane 1, Byron Held leads off for Jesuit. Jared Taylor, the first swimmer for Gresham, in lane 2. Daniel Chen leads off for Lake Oswego in 3. Alex La Rosa Chavez, the first swimmer for Westview, in lane 4. Sam Brazil, the lead man for Sheldon, in 5. And Alika Massey is the first swimmer for West Salem in lane 6. Lake Oswego touches first at 24.71 to Westview's 25.21. Jesuit third at 26.16. Then it's West Salem, Gresham, and Sheldon. Benjamin Bukalski, leg 2 for Jesuit. Eric Magistrato, number 2 for Gresham. Luke Marshall, second leg for Lake Oswego. Andrew Yoon, the second leg for Westview. Curtis Hubbard, leg 2 for Sheldon. And Jeffrey Tran, leg 2 for West Salem. Lake Oswego touching first again. Then Jesuit second, Westview third, Sheldon and Gresham dead even in fourth, and West Salem in sixth. Marcus Imponenti on the third leg for Jesuit. Daniel Rafalski for Gresham. Wyatt Hayden for Lake Oswego. Jacob Weitzel for Westview. Nigel McKinnon for Sheldon. And Thomas Manili for West Salem. First touch comes to Westview. Their anchor is Philip Kapelich. In second is Lake Oswego with David Ainsworth. Third, Gresham with Dalton Boyles. Fourth, Sheldon with Austin Williams. In fifth, Jesuit Mark Fleckenstein. And sixth, West Salem, Aiden Lowen Thomas. Another battle for the wall in this boys' consolation final. And the touch goes to Westview at 141.49. Lake Oswego second at 141.74. Sheldon third, 143.49. West Salem fourth at 143.57. Gresham fifth at 143.69. And Jesuit in sixth at 143.73. And now the teams that battled one another last year for the state title, both placed in this final. Sunset and Grant, as we mentioned, were 1-2 a year ago, 14 points apart, and they are both in the championship final. In lane 1 will be Centennial. Alex Bogdan, a sophomore, will lead off for them. Lane 2, Tualatin with senior Karch Perkins. Lane 3 is Grant. Senior Will Terrell is their leadoff swimmer. Lane 4, Sunset with sophomore Jonathan Zaucha. Lane 5, McMinnville Sheridan. They were strong yesterday. Tristan Versteeg, a sophomore, swims the first leg for them. And in lane 6 will be West Lynn, and Curtis Klein, a junior, is the lead swimmer for them. The state meet record is 136.05, set by Grant last year. The OSAA team record, all classifications, goes all the way back to 1998, and McMinnville at a 135.43. And the national best, a 129.79. And underway on the backstroke leg. Fairly even start this time, although out a little bit quick in lane 3 is Will Terrell for Grant. And off the wall, he looks as though he's got an advantage. Good start in lane 6 for Carlos Klein and West Lynn as well. Also in lane 2, Tualatin, the first touch to West Lynn in 6. Then it's Grant, Tualatin, Sunset 4th, McMinnville Sheridan 5th, and Centennial 6th. Blake Sue swims for Centennial, Grant Taylor for Tualatin, Kevin Wallen for Grant. Cole Hurwitz for Sunset. Matthew Valentine for McMinnville Sheridan. And Anthony Tu for West Lynn. Breaststroke leg. And a strong showing for Sunset this time by Cole Hurwitz. They'll touch first at 50-82 to Grant's 51-92. Tualatin third, West Lynn fourth, McMinnville Sheridan fifth, and Centennial sixth. Anibal Ortega swims for Centennial, Evan Kading for Tualatin, Keenan Grobert for Grant, Jordan Hurwitz for Sunset, Jacob Porter for McMinnville Sheridan, and Brandon Brooksby for West Lynn. To the anchor leg, and Sunset with the advantage. They'll touch in 1:14.47 to Grant's 1:15.91. Cameron Stitt on the anchor for Sunset, Henry Fellows for Grant, Andrew Ortega for Centennial, Austin Arizala for Tualatin, Blake Tillery for McMinnville Sheridan, and Ryan O'Leary for West Lynn. Final 25, and it's all Sunset as Cameron Stitt brings it home. And Sunset will touch first at 1:35.61. That is a new meet record and just 18/100ths of a second off the OSAA all-time best. Sunset the win. Grant second at 1:37.05. McMinnville Sheridan comes up for third at 1:38.55. Tualatin fourth, 1:38.62. West Lynn fifth at 1:40 flat. And Centennial sixth at 1:42.35 in the championship of the boys 200-yard medley.
Well, pretty good way to start the day in the second event of the day, the boys 200-yard medley relay. In the A final, we get a meet record, nearly get an all classes record. It's great to see the 200 medley relay start the day because you get a sprint for each stroke and you have the strongest kid arguably in each stroke for each team going as hard as they can for 50 yards each. It's a great way to kind of kick off the meet, particularly when you have a record.
And sometimes you have to figure out where to place your most skilled swimmer. Your best freestyler may also be your best backstroker, and you got to figure out where to put them and where to short up the rest of the way. So
that comes down to coaching.
We head up to freestyle now. Dave, it's all yours.
First individual event of the day, the girls' 200-yard free will set the field after they're underway. This is the B final in lane 1 at the top of your screen. It's Hannah Cutts, a senior from Lake Oswego. In lane 2, Kaylee Cooper, a sophomore from South Medford. In lane 3, Mackenzie Rumrill, a freshman from West Salem. In lane 4, Megan Harper, a sophomore from Jesuit. In lane 5, Alyssa Fuji, a sophomore from Tualatin. And in 6, Sophia Zhu, a freshman for Westview. And at the touch, 50 yards in, it's Rumrill leading for West Salem, 26-46. Harper is second, Cooper third, Cutts fourth, Fuji is fifth, and Zhu is sixth. Zhao is sixth. Back down the pool when they touch, will be halfway home. And Rumrill leads it for West Salem, 59.19. Harper close behind at 55.65. In third now, Cooper for South Medford. Good race in lanes 3 and 4. And a great turn for Rumrill in 3 to take about a half body advantage. 2 laps to go, and Rumrill continues to lead for West Salem. The freshman. Megan Harper of Jesuit in lane 4 giving chase. But it's Rumrill's race. And looks very confident and fluid in her stroke as she'll come home in 1:55.31. Mackenzie Rumrill wins it in 1:55.31. Second is Megan Harper in 1:57.16. Third is Alyssa Fuji in 2 minutes, .39. Fourth was Cooper. Fifth was Zhao. And sixth was Cutts.
Dave, what's interesting with that, if Rumrill had swum that time yesterday, she would have been the number 2 qualifier, make it number 3, but she would have been in the championship field with that time. She lowered her time by better than 2 seconds from what she did yesterday in qualifying.
And the freshmen perhaps a learning process here at state, or first trip to the state championships, and swimming better with each race if you want to look at it from an optimistic standpoint. Coming up, the girls 200-yard freestyle A final, but first we'll have some awards.
No, they're bringing them in now. They'll bring in the competitors and parade them, and then we'll have a couple awards right after this race, so we can go ahead and introduce the field as they walk in.
Let's set it for you. In lane 1, Lauren Rebesniks, the senior from Tualatin. In lane 2, Ellie Thornbrew, the freshman from Century. In lane 3, Lada Novotny, the junior from Sunset. Corey Carpenter swims in lane 4, the senior from Jesuit. In 5, it's Nikki Overton, the senior from David Douglas. And in 6, Celia Keeney, the junior from Lake Oswego. Top preliminary time was turned in by Novotny, the junior of Sunset. 1:54.98 coming in.
And while they introduce those swimmers, just to give you an idea of individual points now, you get 16 for finishing first. Then it's 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 point for finishing 12th. Everybody who swims today will score team points. And then at the end of this race, they'll present the medals down at the other end of the Aquatic Center here to our winners in the individual medley. Or rather, the medley relay teams. It's a little muggy in here this morning, and my synapses have not untriggered quite yet, I don't think.
Well, nearly a capacity crowd here at Mount Hood Community College's Aquatic Center. Folks getting up early, getting here for this 8 a.m. start, and a full complement of officials as well. Rebesniks in 1, Thornbrew in 2, Novotny in 3, Carpenter in 4, Overton in 5, Keeney in 6. Even as they hit the first turn. And a great turn in lane 2 for Ellie Thornbrew, the freshman from Century. Good push on the outside from Rebesniks in 1. And as they hit the touch, it's Thornbrew leading at 26:36. Novotny is second, Carpenter is third. So lanes 2, 3, and 4 running first, second, and third through 50 yards.
Carpenter doing a nice job kind of cozying up to Novotny and getting in her wake too.
Now a nice push in lane 2 from Thornbrew of Century. And at 100 yards, it is Thornbrew touching first, 54.75. Novotny is second, Carpenter third, Rebesniks is fourth, Overton in fifth, and Keeney swims in 6th place.
Top 4 places are less than a second apart at the halfway point.
Good battle in lanes 2 and 3 between Thornbrew and Novotny. Freshman versus junior. And Thornbrew will hit the wall first, 1:23.46 with 2 laps left. See if Ellie Thornbrew has what it takes to hold off the field. And a strong turn, and about a half body lead now for Ellie Thornbrew, the freshman from Century. Thornbrew wins it in 1:52.25. Novotny is second, 1:52.92. Overton is third in lane 5. Keeney is fourth, Rebesniks fifth, and Carpenter finishes 6th.
So a little bit of a surprise there in that Carpenter was the number 2 seeded time out of qualifying and faded all the way to 6th by the end of that race. So that'll put a little dent in Jesuit's team total. As we mentioned, they're trying to go for a 4th consecutive team title, and coaches, of course, pencil it all out, same way they do in track, and figure out how many points they're going to register. That may be a little bit of a loss for the Crusaders.
Perhaps an early upset here in the girls' 200-yard freestyle A final. Coming up, the boys' 200-yard freestyle. We'll have the B final first, of course. The 6A record held by Brett Nagel, set 4 years ago, 138.43. That's also the all classes record. The national mark is 133.83. top to bottom in lane 1, Josh Knoll, the sophomore from Sunset. In 2, it's Leland Miller, the junior from David Douglas. Matthew Carpenter swims in lane 3, the junior for Redmond. David Perlow, the junior from Sheldon, is in 4. In 5, it's Jake Ramsey, the senior for Southridge. And in 6, Austin Arizala, the senior from Tualatin. Close race at 50 yards. And Carpenter touches first at 25-23. Perlow is second. Miller in lane 2 is in 3rd place. And very tightly bunched at the front in lanes 2, 3, and 4. Miller, Carpenter, and Perlow. Perlow hits the wall first in 52-59. Carpenter is second. Miller is third. Knoll swims in 4th. Ramsey is 5th, and Arizala 6th.
Always like watching the coaches wave at the swimmers. I've yet to figure out how a swimmer can pick out their particular coach from that whole pack that's over on the deck.
And do they have certain signals, or
oh, yeah.
is it just faster?
Yeah, usually.
Lanes 3 and 4, great battle between Carpenter and Perlow. Carpenter led it after 6 laps at 1:20.02, and they'll turn in the final 25 yards. Now Carpenter starting to open it up for Redmond. The junior, Matthew Carpenter, is going to win comfortably in 1:47.30. Perlow finishes in 1:48.67 for second. Ramsey is third. Knoll is 4th, Miller 5th, and Arizala finishes 6th. So a 7th place finish for Matthew Carpenter, and thus 7 points for Redmond, as the finalists, the A finalists in the boys 200-yard freestyle, make their way to the deck. And we'll set the field for you. Will Terrell, and we'll call his name a lot today, from Grant, the senior, is in lane 1. Jonathan Zaucha, the sophomore from Sunset, is in 2. Curtis Klein, the junior, swimming for West Lynn, is in lane 3. Lane 4 sees Cameron Stitt, the junior from Sunset. In 5, Cale Rogers, the senior for Newburgh. And in 6, Jacob Porter, the sophomore from the McMinnville-Sheridan combo.
You mentioned those points for Carpenter. That's more points than Redmond had it as a team last year. They only scored 2 points, so quite a bump up for them already from his outing.
I think if you're a swimmer, I know if I were competing, I'd want to get in the pool quickly, get in early in the meet, erase those butterflies, erase the jitters, get up, get here, get in the warm-up pool, and then actually get into competition very quickly and not have to sit and think about the final that you're about to swim.
Yeah, it's another nice feature of the bubble here at Mount Hood. You get to warm up in the competition pool early. Then when they close that, there's the second tank to continue to swim and to warm up in, so you really get accustomed to the water.
Set for the start of the boys 200-yard freestyle A final. Terrell in 1, Zaucha in 2, Klein in 3, Stitt in 4, Rogers in 5, Porter in 6. Even through 25 yards. And a very close race through 50. Touching first is Stitt. Klein is second. Zaucha is third. Porter is 5th. Terrell is 6th. Still anyone's race. Up and back 4 times in the boys' 200-yard free. Stitt now claiming first, 48.87 through 4 laps. Klein is second in 49.55. Zaucha is third, 49.78. Cameron Stitt starting to extend his lead. 1:14:43 through 6 laps. Cameron Stitt. Curtis Klein is in second. Zaucha continues to swim in third for Sunset. Final turn at the far end, 25 yards to go. Cameron Stitt holding off the field and winning the boys' 200-yard freestyle in 1:40.07. Klein is second in 1:40.98. Zaucha third, 1:41.34. Rogers is fourth. Terrell is fifth, and Porter is sixth. And that race, after it sort of sorted itself out, really held to form as Stitt, Klein, and Zaucha swam 1, 2, 3 for the majority of that distance in the 200-yard freestyle.
And at the far end of the Mount Hood Aquatic Center, at least from where we're located, so I guess we can call it the far end, we're ready to present championship medals. This first award will be the girls 200-yard medley relay teams. And just to recap for you, West Lynn finished 12th, Tualatin 11th, David Douglas 10th, Southridge 9th, West Salem 8th, and South Eugene 7th. In 6th place was Newburgh, Cassie Beecher, Alicia Bush, Catherine Mays, and Anna Dolniak at 1:53.39. 5th was Century, Yulia Lunina, Haley Leitner, Ellie Thornbrew, and Logan Neal at 1:53.07. In 4th, St. Mary's, Alexis Perry, Miranda Alfwin, Elena Basada, and Rory Kearns at 1:52.40. In 3rd, Reynolds, Abby Miracle, Chrissy Vo, Rachel Lorenzen, and Christy Hartenstein at 1:51.71. In 2nd place, Lake Ridge, Karen Turner, Brenda Cha, Noelle Foden-Venzel, and Madeline Hummel at 1:49.64. And the champions in the girls 200-yard medley relay, Jesuit with Caitlin McMahon, Blaise Wittenauer-Lee, Kathleen McCarroll, and Kelsey Forster with a time of 1:49.32 as they took better than 1.6 seconds off of their preliminary time to claim the championship. And while our winning relay teams are up getting their pictures taken, our good friend Cindy Simmons, Assistant Executive Director of the OSAA, down there to coordinate. And we would be very remiss if we didn't thank Cindy and Steve Walker. And
they do a fantastic job, all the folks at the OSAA.
The entire OSAA staff has been here at one point or another, I think, this weekend. And they, as always, pull off a quality event. And as always, we look forward to being with them. And now we'll do the same honors for the boys' 200-yard medley relay. Jesuit was in 12th place. Gresham finished 11th. West Salem 10th. Sheldon 9th. Lake Oswego was 8th. And Westview finished in 7th place. In sixth place was Centennial, Alex Bogdan, Blake Sue, Anibal Ortega, and Andrew Ortega at 1:42.35. In fifth place was West Lynn, Curtis Klein, Anthony Toe, Brandon Brooksby, and Ryan O'Leary at 1:40 even. Fourth place was Tualatin, Karch Perkins, Grant Taylor, Evan Kading, and Austin Arizala as the West Lynn team comes up to the podium right now, the fifth place finishers. As we mentioned, Tualatin then finishing fourth. They had a time of 1:38.62. A really nice job by the team from McMinnville Sheridan as they bumped themselves up in the standings a little bit from where their qualifying time was and wound up finishing third as McMinnville Sheridan with Tristan Versteeg, Matthew Valentine, Jacob Porter, and Blake Tillery finishing third in a time of 1:38.55.
Third place with a time of 1:38.55, McMinnville Sheridan.
And it was a battle for the top two spots, as expected, with the two rivals scoring off. And after Grant set a state meet record a year ago, they wound up finishing second this time in the showdown. Grant with Will Terrell, Kevin Wallen, Keenan Grobart, and Henry Fellows in a time of 1:37.05. Three of those swimmers, Terrell, Wallen, and Fellows, were part of the relay team a year ago that set the state record. This time they finished a second slower, and even last year's time wouldn't have been enough for them because Sunset set a state meet record and also got All-American consideration time. Sunset with Jonathan Zaucha, Cole Hurwitz, Jordan Hurwitz, and Cameron Stitt in a new state meet record of 1:35.61. It was 18 100ths off of that 1998 McMinnville record, one of the older ones in the record books. And it also was just a half second off of automatic All-American qualifying time. So congratulations to Sunset, the winners of the boys 200-yard medley relay. And they jump out to the early 6-point lead over Grant after that result. Dave, I think you've got updated team totals here through the 200-yard freestyles. Let's go ahead and update the team scoring real quick.
Yeah, on the girls' side, it's Jesuit in first place with 46 points. Lake Ridge is second, or Century, excuse me, is second with 36. Lake Ridge is third with 26. Reynolds with 24, and St. Mary's right there with 22 in fifth place. On the boys' side, Sunset is leading with 63 points already. Grant with 36 in second. McMinnville Sheridan is in third with 33. West Lynn is actually tied for third, also with 33 points. And Tualatin is in fifth with 23.
So we get set now to return to the pool for the 200-yard IM. And we'll start with the girls here momentarily. The 6A meet record of 2:04.32 set in 2008 by Jacqueline Lung. And the OSAA overall mark 1999, Annalisa Shuknek at 2:02.60. The national best is 1:53.82. The relay points pile up early, and then you try to rely on your team depth, but that early lead in the boys especially is going to be tough to overcome. Jesuit in the girls up by just 10, so that's still manageable with Century there. But Sunset already 27 points up on Grant and 30 points up on McMinnville, Sheridan, and West Lynn. So that's a little bit of a hurdle to overcome, but there is still plenty of time. But the Apollo's out strong here.
Great start for Sunset, absolutely.
And ready to get underway here in the B final now. For the girls, in lane 1 will be Vera Hutchison, a junior from Forest Grove. Lane 2, Tess Langseth DePaolis, a senior from Tigard. Lane 3, Delynn D'Agostino, a senior from Gresham. Lane 4, Chrissy Morrison, a senior from South Eugene. We'll set the less after this. Lane 5 is Maria Wetzel, a junior from West Salem. And in lane 6, it's Jessica Lee, a junior from Southridge. So again, top to bottom, Hutchison, Forest Grove, Langseth, DePaolis, Tigard, D'Agostino, Gresham, Morrison of South Eugene, Wetzel of West Salem, and Lee of Southridge in the 200 IM. Up and back with each of the 4 strokes. And a nice start in lane 5 for Maria Wetzel, but it's going to be Chris Morrison touching. In lane 4 showing first at 28.80. Hutchison second in lane 1 at 29.70. D'Agostino third, 29.73. Lee fourth at 30.18. Backstroke leg and out well in lane number 2 now is Tess Langseth DePaolis. Actually, that's lane 1. They've got some of the markers off here. So Maria Wetzel touches first, though, for West Salem. D'Agostino is second, Hutchison third, Morrison fourth, Lee fifth, and Langseth DePaolis in sixth at the halfway point of the 200 IM. To the breaststroke, and still doing very well out in lane 1 is Vera Hutchison from Forest Grove. She'll close. But it's lane 3 right now, and Delynn D'Agostino with a very strong breaststroke leg to pull out in front. And D'Agostino touches in 1:40.80 with a considerable lead going to the free. 3 seconds over Chris Morrison. Third is Hutchison, fourth Wetzel, fifth Lee, and sixth Langseth DePaolis. So Delynn D'Agostino, who bested the field with about 3 seconds time in qualifying, shows why here, as she touches and gets set to head for home. And she'll pick up points for Gresham with a very strong performance here in the consolation final. D'Agostino touching first in 2:11.90. Second in a close one goes to Morrison of South Eugene, 2:15.37. To Hutchison's 2:15.38, 1/100th of a second. And then Wetzel just 2/10ths back at 2:15.58. Langseth DePaolis came up strong in the freestyle to take fifth at 2:18.45, and Jessica Lee finishing sixth at 2:19.68 in the consolation of the girls 200 IM. Now they'll bring in the competitors for the championship final in this event. In lane 1 is going to be Katie Spires Robertson, a senior from Oregon City. Lane 2, Blaze Whitnauer Lee, junior from Jesuit. Lane 3, Sarah Kaunitz, sophomore, Lake Oswego, and the top time in qualifying at 2:06.32, 2 seconds off the 6A meet record. In lane 4 will be Elena Basada, a senior from St. Mary's. She was the second fastest qualifier at 2:08.91, 2+ seconds behind. Lane 5, Sarah Ryerson, a senior from South Medford. And in lane 6 is Caitlin McMahon, a junior from Jesuit. Again, the meet record 2:04.32, and the OSAA all-class record is 2:02.60. Sarah Ryerson in lane 5 from South Medford, the defending champion in this event. But she has only the 4th best qualifying time from yesterday, so we'll see how much she saved. Ryerson in lane 4, standing tallest of the competitors. Actually, that's Basada and St. Mary's. That's the other SM. Again, Spires Robertson of Oregon City in 1, Whitnauer Lee of Jesuit in 2, Kaunitz Lake Oswego in 3, Basada St. Mary's 4, Ryerson South Medford in 5, and McMahon of Jesuit in 6. 2 Jesuit swimmers picking up points in the final. Kaunitz with a good opening leg at 27.08. Ryerson second at 27.95 in lane 5. Basada third at 28.07. McMahon fourth, 28.63. Spires Robertson up 1/100th back at 28.64. And Whitnauer Lee at 28.80. Coming down to the halfway point in the 200 IM, and a very good backstroke leg for Elena Basada. She'll touch first at 58.74. The St. Mary's swimmer leads Kaunitz at 59.27. Ryerson third at 59.45. McMahon fourth at 1 minute point 97. Spires Robertson 102.43, and Whitnauer Lee at 103.21. Breaststroke leg and a good turn for Basada. And coming up from the wall, it's Basada in 4, Kaunitz in 3. Kaunitz on top of the first 2. And she pulls away from Basada here in the last 25 of the breaststroke. Kaunitz, the sophomore from Lake Oswego, touches in 135.16. Basada 136.29, a lot to make up on the freestyle leg. McMahon third, Spires Robertson fourth, Whitnauer Lee fifth, and Ryerson drops all the way to 6th on the breaststroke leg. The defending state champ has got a lot to try to overcome here. It's Sarah Kaunitz in 3, a full body length ahead now of Elena Basada, and Kaunitz will take it home for the state championship in 2:05.09. Basada second at 2:06.87. McMahon got up to third at 2:08.57. Whitnauer Lee at 2:08.90 for the Jesuit swimmers go third and fourth. Ryerson, the defending champion, fifth at 2:11.15, and Spires Robertson in 6th at 2:11.42 in the finals of the girls 200 IM.
Well, very important team points there for Jesuit. Third and fourth, already leading the team race by 10 over Century. Century did not have a swimmer in either the A or the B final there. So they pick up not only the third place points of 12, but also the 11 points
23
that go with
points.
4. It's 23 points for Jesuit, and the Crusaders out to a great start in this 6A meet, team-wise.
B finals of the boys 200-yard IM. From top to bottom, in lane 1, Alika Massey, a junior from West Salem. Lane 2 is Andrew Ortega, sophomore from Centennial. Lane 3, Luke Marshall, junior from Lake Oswego. Lane 4, Julian Smith, a sophomore from Grant. Lane 5, Nick Hansen-Holtry, a senior from Southridge. And in lane 6, Sam Brazil, a sophomore from Sheldon. Ortega touches first, 26.08 to Marshall's 26.11. Massey at 26.78, Smith 27.01, Hansen-Holtry 27.45, and Brazil at 27.49 after the first leg. Nice turn in lane 2 on the backstroke for Ortega. And he comes off the wall battling lane 4, Julian Smith, for the lead in the backstroke. Smith pulling down the last 25, and he'll touch first at 56.59. Marshall second at 57.94. Massey third at 58.17. Ortega fades to fourth at 58.36. Hansen-Holtry 58.73. And Brazil at 1 minute .14. Breaststroke leg and a good early touch again in lane 4 for Julian Smith, swimming strongly on this leg. And he moves back out in front on the breaststroke. He'll be trailed by Luke Marshall, and the two of them will be 1-2 going to the freestyle leg. Smith with the good breaststroke at 131.47. Marshall at 132.06. and Ortega 2+ seconds back in third at 1:34.41. Then it's Massey, Hanson Holtry, and Brazil as they turn for home one last time. Good turn for Grant in the freestyle, and he'll take the lead with 25 to go and extend it to better than a half body length lead, now almost out to a full body length lead. And Julian Smith, the sophomore from Grant, will touch home to win the consolation final at 1:59.59. Marshall second at 2:01.86. Ortega third, 2:03.01. Hanson Holtry fourth at 2:03.68. Brazil fifth at 2:04.77. And in sixth place, Alika Massey of West Salem at 2:05.11. So we move to the championship final now in the boys 200-yard IM. Our 6A state meet record was set in 2009 by Will Gunderson at 1:49.88. The OSAA all classifications record, Ben Brink, 1999, 1:49.50. And the national record is 1:43.43. And we set the field for you now from top to bottom. In lane number 1 will be Casey Kwong, a junior from Sunset. Number 2, Matthew Valentine, a senior from McMinnville Sheridan. Lane 3, Henry Fellows, a senior from Grant, the top qualifier at 1:55.46. Lane 4, Nick Thorne, sophomore from Barlow. Lane 5, Cole Hurwitz, a junior from Sunset. And lane 6, Karch Perkins, a senior from Tualatin. So 2 Sunset swimmers in the final to 1 for Grant, and the points continue to roll. Kwong of Sunset in 1, Valentine, McMinnville Sheridan in 2, Fellows, Grant in 3, Thorne, Barlow in 4, Hurwitz, Sunset in 5, and Perkins, Tualatin in 6, the finals of the boys 200-yard IM. A nice opening butterfly leg for Matthew Valentine of McMinnville Sheridan in lane 2. Hurwitz out touches him at the wall at 24.53, Valentine 24.61. Thorne third at 24.74, Fellows in fourth at 24.82, Perkins 24.86, and Kwong in sixth at 25.82. Good turn off the wall by Thorne. And Valentine continues strong in lane 2. And coming up in lane 5 is Hurwitz from Sunset. It'll be close at the wall, but the touch will go to Thorne at 53.82. Perkins down in lane 6, second at 53.90. Then Hurwitz at 54.01. Fellows 54.54. Valentine 54.58. And Kwong at 56.72 midway through the 200 IM.
Top 5 swimmers all within about a second of each other, Todd.
Breaststroke leg has seemed to be the make it or break it leg in many of the IMs we've watched here over the last 2 days, and that's the case right now as Cole Hurwitz from Sunset steams ahead to do better than a body length lead, and he'll have a big advantage going to the final leg at 1:26.14 over Thorne's 1:28.13. It's a 2-second advantage for Hurwitz. Fellows in third at 1:28.43. Valentine, Perkins, and Kwong as we go to the 50 yards worth of freestyle, the final leg in this boys 200 IM. Good turn off the wall, and Hurwitz continues to hold the lead. Closing on him, though, in 4 is Thorne. Close to the wall, Thorne surging ahead, and Thorne's going to out-touch him with a final 25. Nick Thorne of Barlow, a state champion, at 1:43.94. Cole Hurwitz of Sunset second at 1:54.16. Henry Fellows of Grant in third at 1:55.19. Matt Valentine, McMinnville Sheridan fourth at 1:57.23. Karch Perkins Tualatin at 158.01, and Casey Kwong of Sunset at 158.56. That was a great close by Nick Thorne, who was about a second behind in qualifying. Of course, those times don't always figure, but he made up what seemed to be a pretty huge lead over that last 25.
A great turn started it all at the far end, and then just a fantastic final 25 yards for Nick Thorne to just reel in Hurwitz and catch him at the wall.
Time for the sprinters. You ready?
Girls 50-yard freestyle. I'm ready. Well, this will be in a hurry. This is the girls' B final. We'll set them as they get in the pool. From top to bottom, in 1, Brittany Awald of South Salem. In 2, Abigail Lyons of Lake Oswego. In 3, Chanel Cayetano of Clackamas. In 4, Cassie Beecher of Newburgh. In 5, Nicole Schalk of Beaverton. And in 6, Kate Matthews of Sprague. Very close, and right now in lane 5, it is Schalk winning for Beaverton in 24.49. Beecher in 4 was second. In 25.06, Cayetano third, Lyons 4, Matthews 5, and Awalt was 6th. And so now we'll set you for the girls 50-yard free A final. In lane 1, Kelsey Forster, the junior from Jesuit. In lane 2, Chrissy Vo, senior from Reynolds. In 3, Bree Bolsbo, sophomore from West Lynn. In 4, it's Brenda Cha, a sophomore from Lake Ridge. Logan Neal, the freshman from Century, is in lane 5, and Catherine Yee, the senior from Lake Oswego, will swim in lane 6. Top qualifying time, owned by Ballsbo at 23.74. The 6A meet record held by Kaylin Bing set a year ago, 22.83. That's also the OSAA all classes record. The national mark, 22.04.
Being the Roseburg standout with a great performance in last year's meet.
So we'll see who claims the 50-yard free, the top sprinter in the freestyle in Class 6A. Swimmers are on the deck and being introduced to the crowd here at the Mount Hood Community College Aquatic Center. Full day of action for you here on OSAA.tv. The small schools will hit the pool this afternoon. And then our evening session again will be the 5A state championship swim meet. Get the big schools done by noon. Forster in 1, Bow in 2, Ballsbo in 3, Cha in 4, Neal in 5, Yee in 6. .25 to go as they come off the turn. Good race for Chrissy Vo in 2. Now she starts to fade. Ballsbo and Cha, and it is Ballsbo edging Cha, 23.65, the winning time to 23.66. For Cha, Vo is 3rd, Yee is 4th, Neal is 5th, and Forster is 6th. A great touch there by Ballsbo to win it by 1/100th of a second. So now the boys, and these will be the 2 fastest races of the day, or at least of the 6A meet. The boys 50-yard freestyle, the B final first. In lane 1, Perry Groves from McNary. In 2, Calvin Mai of Aloha. In 3, Lucky Lee of David Douglas. In 4, Brandon Brooksby of West Lynn. Brendan Esser of North Salem is in 5. And Stuart Chauvin of McMinnville Sheridan is in 6. And a great race in lane 4. Brooksby wins it 21.69. Lee in lane 3 is second in 22.35. Chauvin is third out in lane 6. In 4th, it's Mai. 5th is Esser, and Groves finishes 6th for McNary. And now to the A final, and let's go ahead and introduce the 6 finalists for you. In lane 1, it's Byron Held, the senior from Jesuit. In fact, an all-senior final. In 2, Daniel Chen from Lake Oswego. In 3, Gabe Rooker of Forest Grove. Teammates in 4 and 5, Blake Tillery is in lane 4 from McMinnville Sheridan. Swimming next to him, Stephen Greenwich. And in lane 6, Aiden Maxwell of Grants Pass. Top qualifying time belongs to Gabe Rooker from Forest Grove, 21.65. The 6A state record, 20.32, set 3 years ago by Morgan Henderson Coons, and that is also the all classes record. The national mark, 19.43. So nearly a second better at the national level. And last year, Morgan Henderson Coons of Westview, as we mentioned, or 3 years ago, set the record. Each of the competitors is introduced, at least in the A final, and receives a round of applause for making it to this point. Held in 1, Chen in 2, Rooker 3, Tillery 4, Greenwich 5, Maxwell 6. And a great turn for Gabe Rooker in lane 3. Rooker trying to hold off Chen in 2, and he will. Gabe Rooker wins the boys 50-yard free in 21.31. Second was Chen in lane 2. Greenwich was third in lane 5. Held was 4th. Maxwell 5th. And actually we had a tie for 5th as Maxwell and Tillery touched simultaneously. So the winner of the boys 50-yard freestyle is Gabe Rooker from Forest Grove.
And we'll have a series of awards to be presented now, and while we do that, we'll update our team scoring for you in the girls team race. And right now, Jesuit out in front with a comfortable margin. Jesuit at 78 points through 7 events. Century is second at 46. Lake Oswego third with 42. Lake Ridge fourth with 39. Reynolds fifth with 36. St. Mary's is sixth with 35. Newburgh seventh with 23. West Salem is 8th with 20. South Eugene 9th with 19. And then a 3-way tie for 10th between West Lynn, Tualatin, and David Douglas with 18 points apiece. So far, 23 teams have scored points. And we've got some awards being presented now in the 200 freestyle.
Well, let's start in 12th place there, Todd, in the girls 200-yard free. It was Hannah Cutts, the senior from Lake Oswego. Sophia Zhao was 11th for Westview. The sophomore from South Medford, Kaylee Cooper, was 10th. Alyssa Fucci was 9th. Megan Harper was 8th, and Mackenzie Rummerl was 7th. In 6th place, the senior from Jesuit, Corey Carpenter. In 5th, Lauren Rebesniks of Tualatin in 155.80. In 4th, it was Celia Keeney of Lake Oswego in 155.22. In 3rd, Nikki Overton, the senior from David Douglas, in 155.01. In 2nd, Lada Novotny, the junior from Sunset, 152.92. And the champion of the girls' 200-yard freestyle, Ellie Thornbrew, a freshman from Century, the winning time this year in the girls' 200-yard freestyle, 152.25. Up next, awards in the boys' 200-yard freestyle to be presented, and a couple of All-America consideration times at the top.
Yeah, some strong performances in that boys 200.
Starting in 12th is Austin Arizala, senior for Tualatin. In 11th, Leland Miller, the junior from David Douglas. 10th place went to Josh Knoll, a sophomore from Sunset. And 9th, Jake Ramsey of Southridge, a senior. David Perlow of Sheldon finished 8th. And Matthew Carpenter was the consolation champion in 7th place for Redmond in 147.30. And the A final in 6th place, Jacob Porter, sophomore from McMinnville Sheraton. His finals time 147.36. In 5th, Will Terrell, the senior from Grant, 144.47. In 4th, Cale Rogers, senior from Newburgh, 144.02 for Rogers. In 3rd place, Jonathan Zaucha, sophomore from Sunset, 141.34, and those All-America consideration times. In 2nd, Curtis Klein, the junior from West Lynn, 140.98 was his time. And the champion, also a junior. And an All-American consideration time of 140.07. Cameron Stitt wins the boys 200-yard freestyle. He's a junior from Sunset.
Anybody need a cold water? I only have one.
All right, the morning snacks are being brought over. We're so grateful for that.
We haven't had a chance to get up yet. We will on the break. No, thank you. I'll get it on the break. Thank you so much. That too, yeah.
We're awaiting the presentation of awards in the girls and boys 200-yard IM as they bring those award winners up momentarily. And we're also awaiting an update on the boys' team totals. We'll have those for you through the 50-yard freestyle coming up momentarily. We do have them now. So after we do this set of awards, we'll go ahead and update the boys' team scoring, and then we'll head into a break coming up as well. So next up are the awards for the girls' 200-yard IM. And another All-America consideration time in that one. Recapping in 12th place was Jessica Lee of Southridge. 11th, Tess Langseth DePaolis from Tigard. 10th, Maria Wetzel of West Salem. 9th was Vera Hutchison of Forest Grove. 8th, Chrissy Morrison of South Eugene. And 7th, Delynn D'Agostino of Gresham. In 6th place was Katie Spires Robertson, senior from Oregon City, at 2:11.42. 5th place, the defending champion in the event, with Sarah Ryerson, the senior from South Medford, finishes 5th this year at 2:11.15. 4th, Blaze Whitnauer Lee, the junior from Jesuit, at 2:08.90. 3rd, Caitlin McMahon, a junior from Jesuit, at 2:08.57. In 2nd place, Elena Basada, senior from St. Mary's, at 2:06.87. And the winner of the girls' 200-yard IM is sophomore Sarah Kaunitz from Lake Oswego. Her time of 2:05.09, good for All-American consideration. And she wins the state championship. And our last set of awards to be presented here before we take a break at the Mount Hood Aquatic Center will be for the boys' 200-yard IM, and we'll get you an updated boys' point total as well in just a minute. In the boys' 200-yard IM, in 12th place was Alika Massey, a junior from West Salem. 11th, Sam Brazil, sophomore from Sheldon. 10th place, Nick Hansen-Holtree, a senior from Southridge. 9th, Andrew Ortega, sophomore from Centennial. 8th, Luke Marshall, a junior from Lake Oswego. And in 7th place was Julian Smith, a sophomore from Grant. And the top 6 in the boys' 200-yard IM. In 6th place was Casey Kwong, a junior from Sunset, at 1:58.56. 5th, Karch Perkins, a senior from Tualatin, at 1:58.01. In 4th, Matthew Valentine, a senior from McMinnville Sheridan, at 1:57.23. 3rd place, Henry Fellows, a senior from Grant, at 1:55.19. 2nd, Cole Hurwitz, a junior from Sunset, at 1:54.16. And the winner of the boys' 200-yard IM is Nick Thorne, a sophomore from Barlow, with a time of 1:53.94, 34/100ths of a second off of All-American consideration time. So good effort there for the sophomore as he claims a state championship. Dave, you got the boys' updated team scoring. Let's do that before we head to a break.
Todd in first place for the boys, Sunset with 85 points. McMinnville Sheridan is in second with 69.5. Grant is third at 55. West Lynn has 40 points and stands in 4th place. And in 5th place, Tualatin with 33.
So McMinnville Sheridan climbing well, and they cut into that lead that Sunset had, now down by about 15.5 points, 85 to 69.5 as we get to the break. We'll keep you posted on team scoring as well. But right now we are going to step aside. We're scheduled to start again at 9:27, so about 18 minutes from now, with the 100-yard butterfly. And we'll have that for you coming up then. You're watching the OSAA US Bank Les Schwab Tires 2012 6A Swimming State Championships from the Mount Hood Community College Aquatic Center in Gresham. This is OSAA.TV.
My friends and I were driving to the Salt Lake Airport to fly to a music teachers conference when our tires started going flat. We called the Les Schwab in Ogden, Utah, and they said, "Come on in." They were so fast, we didn't even eat the free popcorn. There you go. And we even made our flight. In a world where such great customer service is not always the case, it's nice to know there's Les Schwab. I'm Bonnie Lamborn, and that's my Les Schwab story.
Les Schwab, doing the right thing since 1952.
If you've stopped saving, let us help you start. Savings today and rewards tomorrow from US Bank. Save a little every week with every purchase, every paycheck. Watch your savings grow. When you reach $1,000, you'll earn a $50 rewards Visa card. Earn another $50 when you keep it for a year. Save for a wedding day, a family, or your house. Just start. All of us serving you. U.S. Bank.
Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. And this is Todd's here. Check, check, check. And this is mine. Check. Check 1, 2. Check, check, check. Check. Check 1, 2. Check, check, check. And here's Todd's. And here's mine. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Here we go. Audio. Testing audio here. And we're at the 6A meet. Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 3, 4. Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. You guys got it, or? Yeah, you good? Okay.
And we welcome you back to the Mount Hood Community College Swim Center. We're getting ready to resume our 6A state championship meet. This is the consolation final in the girls' 100-yard butterfly. Top to bottom in lane 1 is Allie Rasmussen, a freshman from West Salem. Lane 2, Miranda Alfwin, junior, St. Mary's. Lane 3, Chrissy Morrison, senior from South Eugene. Lane 4, Kathleen McCarroll, junior from Jesuit. Lane 5, Rory Kearns, a sophomore from St. Mary's. And in lane 6, Jessie Schroeder, a freshman from Tualatin. I'm Todd Pickett along with Dave Wenda, and we welcome you for our first of 3 sessions today out here in Gresham. Championship competition at the 6As. This afternoon it's 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A. Try saying that 10 times fast. And tonight starting at 6:30 it'll be the 5As to wrap up our 2 full days of state competition. Heading for home in the consolations of the 100 butterfly. And a close battle in lane 3, Chrissy Morrison. Lane 5, Rory Kearns. It looks as though Morrison will get there, but Kearns out touches her. Just a timing thing sometimes, Dave. You know how it is with that stroke, and Kearns wins it at 59.24. Morrison second at 59.52. McCarroll third at 59.63. Alfwin fourth at 1 minute .26. Schroeder fifth at 101.79, and Rasmussen sixth at 101.88.
Yeah, Kearns had her stroke perfectly paced, so she was able to power right into the wall, and that little bit of extra push gave her the edge to take first.
And the finalists now headed to the deck for the girls' 100-yard butterfly. And setting our field from top to bottom for you. First off, we'll let you know that the 6A state meet record is also the all classifications record. We talked about Kaylin Bing earlier. This one she set back in her freshman year of 2008, 54.52. It's just a couple seconds off the national record of 52.41. And while our competitors get ready now, we'll introduce them for you. In lane 1 up at the top of your screen is Ellie Thornbrew, freshman from Century, who's had a busy morning already. In lane 2, Grace Jovanovich, a freshman from North Medford. Lane 3, Brenda Cha, sophomore from Lake Ridge, who had the top time in qualifying by better than a second over anyone else. In lane 4, Abby Miracle, a sophomore from Reynolds. Lane 5 is Jane Liggett, a senior from Westview. And in lane 6, Lauren Rubizniks, a senior from Tualatin. Chance for Century to gain a few points here in the girls' standings, but again, Jesuit out still to a pretty comfortable margin, 78-46 over Century, with Lake Oswego in third. We call them to the blocks for the final of the 100-yard butterfly. Thornbrew of Century in 1, Jovanovich of North Medford in 2, Chow from Lake Ridge in 3, Miracle of Reynolds in 4, Liggett, Westview in 5, and Rubizniks of Tualatin in 6. The girls' 100-yard butterfly. And a strong opening 25 for Brenda Cha. Being pressed a little bit by Grace Jovanovich, who's keeping her look at her. She had the head turned to the right the whole way on that second 25. Cha touches first, and Thornbrew moves into second. Liggett third, and Miracle fourth. Up and back one more time, and Brenda Cha starting to get a little bit more of a margin in lane 3, but closing on her, Abby Miracle in 4. They'll go 1-2 off the wall, but Cha a very good turn, and she moves into the lead. Moving up in lane 1, though, Ellie Thornbrew from Century. And Thornbrew powering through the last 25. They come to the wall. Thornbrew with an advantage, and she will touch first. Big points for Century, as Ellie Thornbrew in lane 1, the freshman, is a state champion at 57-13. almost a second and a half below her qualifying time. Brenda Chaw second at 57.18, 5/100ths of a second difference between state champion and second place. Abby Miracle third at 57.46. Jane Liggett fourth, 57.68. Lauren Rubiznik's fifth at 58.34. And in sixth place was Grace Jovanovich from North Medford at 58.79.
Two great finishes there in the girls 100-yard butterfly. Both come down to the final, few 5 yards or so, and the winner just able to out-touch the second place finisher in both heats.
Now to the boys 100-yard butterfly. Neil O'Halloran of Aloha winning this event last year. This is the boys' consolation final. In lane 1 at the top is Leland Miller, a junior from David Douglas. Lane 2, Keenan Grobert, a junior from Grant. Lane 3, back in the pool again, is freshman Alex La Rosa Chavez from Westview. Lane 4, Jacob Weitzel, a junior from Westview. Lane 5, Chris Hubbard, freshman from Sheldon. And in lane 6 is Jake Ramsey, a senior from Southridge. Good opening leg, and it's La Rosa Chavez out first at 25.03. Hubbard at 25.15. Ramsey 25.43. Grobart tying him at 25.43. Then Weitzel in fifth at 25.59, and Miller in sixth at 26.30. Final 25 as they come off the wall. And La Rosa Chavez continues to look impressive. Now closing on him is Keenan Grobert over the final 25, but La Rosa Chavez will hang on, and he'll touch first in 53.43 for the victory. Grobert second at 54 even. Hubbard third at 54.43. Weitzel in fourth place at 54.55. Miller 54.82, and Ramsey 55.45 to round out the consolation final in the boys' 100-yard butterfly. Well, we mentioned Neil O'Halloran of Aloha. He won it last year and set the all classifications record as well as the meet record at 48.72. The national time for this one is 47.08. As our top 6 make it out to the pool deck for the final in the boys' 100-yard butterfly. This one's a big points one for McMinnville Sheridan, Dave, as they have 3 finalists. So at worst, they'll get 30 points out of the event.
Right, exactly, and they need it. In second place now, trailing Sheridan, but within striking distance of Sheridan. So an excellent opportunity here with Sunset, for McMinnville Sheridan to catch Sunset here in the boys' 100-yard butterfly final.
And Sunset defends it with only one swimmer, so it's going to be interesting to see the points after this one. In lane 1 is Jacob Porter, a sophomore from McMinnville Sheridan. Lane 2, Tristan Versteeg, sophomore, McMinnville Sheridan. Lane 3, Max Yakubovich, a junior from Southridge, the top qualifier. He was 3/100ths of a second faster than Matthew Valentine, a senior from McMinnville Sheridan, who's in lane 4. Lane 5 is Cale Rogers, a senior from Newburgh. And in lane 6, the sole Sunset entry in this race, and that's Jordan Hurwitz. And in fact, unless Hurwitz wins and the McMinnville Sheridan swimmers go 4, 5, 6, McMinnville Sheridan's going to move into the lead, doing the quick math. McMinnville as a team by itself last year, not combined with Sheridan, finishing 6th in the boys' meet. The McMinnville Sheridan swimmers are in 1, 2, and 4. Porter, Versteeg, and Valentine. Yakubovich of Southridge in 3, Rogers of Newburgh in 5, and Hurwitz of Sunset in 6. McMinnville Sheridan will get somewhere between 30 and 41 points for their performance in this event. At the 50, and it's a touch for Yakubovich in the lead at 23.67. Valentine second, 23.99. And Rogers, Hurwitz, Porter, and Versteeg. Another good turn for Jakubowicz. And he's out in front with Valentine closing on him in second. Hurwitz fading for Sunset. They're going to give up some points here. Jakubowicz will touch at 51 flat to come up with the victory. Second is Valentine for McMinnville at 51.93. Third is Hurwitz for Sunset at 52.01. Fourth is Rogers at 52.66. Fifth, Versteeg at 52.71. And sixth is Porter at 53.06. So Sunset from that race gets 12 points. And McMinnville Sheridan gets 32. So they take a 3.5 point lead with that swing, but it's not quite as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity there for McMinnville Sheridan, and I'm sure the coach had that penciled in. As you pointed out earlier, the coaches look at the form charts, they look at the qualifying times, they see where they have potential points, and now McMinnville Sheridan leading the boys team race. This is the girls 100-yard freestyle, the B final in lane 1. Kathleen Medina, a freshman from Sheldon. In 2, Chanel Cayetano, a senior from Clackamas. In 3, Kelsey Forster, a junior from Jesuit. In 4, Logan Neal, a freshman from Century. In 5, Pamela Kennedy, a freshman from David Douglas. And Sophia Zhao, a freshman from Westview, in 6. Going out quickly is Logan Neal, the Century swimmer, 25.38 in lane 4. Cayetano is second, Forster third. Up and back one more time. And the home stretch now belongs to Logan Neal in lane 4. Holding off Cayetano, and Neal will win it in 53.19. Cayetano is second in 54.92. And Forster from Jesuit finishes third, 55.41. Medina is fourth, Kennedy fifth, and Zhao finishes sixth. So now set for the A final in the girls 100-yard freestyle. And let's meet the field. In lane 1, Celia Keeney, the junior swimming for Lake Oswego. In 2, Corey Carpenter, a senior from Jesuit. In 3, Alicia Bush, a junior from Newburgh. Lane 4, Karen Turner, a senior from Lake Ridge. In 5, Lotta Novotny, the junior from Sunset. And in 6, Mackenzie Rumrell, the freshman from West Salem. Top qualifying time belongs to Bush in lane 3, the Newburgh junior, 52.53. Kaylin Bing, who etched her name all over the state record books, owns the 6A and all classes mark, set it a year ago at this meet, 50.08. The national mark, 48.33. So a chance for Jesuit to extend its lead over Century in the team race. Jesuit with 82 points through event 9, the 100-yard butterfly just completed. And with Corey Carpenter boasting the third best time, qualifying coming in, a chance for the Crusaders to pad that lead a little bit. Century does not have a swimmer in this heat, in this final. As it stands, Jesuit with 82 points, Century with 62, and Lake Ridge with 52 in third. Lanes 1 through 6, Keeney, Carpenter, Bush, Turner, Novotny, and Rumrell. 4 laps of the pool, the girls 100-yard freestyle. Great turn in lane 3 from Alicia Bush of Newburgh. And she's already staked herself to a full body lead on the field. Halfway home, it's Bush in 24:08. Turner is second in 24:81. In third, Novotny. Fourth is Rumrell. Fifth, Carpenter. Sixth, Keeney. Bush continues to lead on the final turn, 25 to go. A comfortable lead. She'll have to hold off Turner. And she'll do it comfortably, cruising to the win. In 50.82, Novotny is second in 52.2. Mackenzie Rumrell, 53.21, is third. Keeney is fourth, Carpenter fifth. So a win for Bush of Newburgh, and 16 points, team points, earned as well. Next up, the boys 100-yard freestyle. In the B final, lane 1 is Aaron Cookson, a sophomore from Hillsboro, and 2, Aiden Maxwell, the senior from Grants Pass. In 3, Andrew Ortega, a sophomore from Centennial. Sophomore next to him, Lucky Lee, from David Douglas. In 5, Stuart Chauvin, the junior from McMinnville Sheridan. Calvin Mai is the swimmer in lane 6, a junior from Aloha. Cookson, Maxwell, Ortega, Lee, Chauvin, and Mai. And very evenly paced through the first 25. Ortega with the first touch, followed by Maxwell and Lee. Ortega turns for home, and it will be a tight finish. As Andrew Ortega extends his lead in the final 10 yards or so and wins it in 48:30. Second was Lucky Lee in 49:16. Chauvin is third. Cookson fourth, Maxwell is fifth, and Calvin Mai was sixth in the boys' B final of the 100-yard freestyle. So now set for the top 6 as they'll be introduced and paraded in. And let's introduce them to you. In lane 1, Stephen Greenwich, the senior from McMinnville Sheridan. In lane 2, Jonathan Zaucha, the sophomore from Sunset. In 3, Nick Thorne, a sophomore from Barlow. Henry Fellows swims in lane 4, the senior from Grant. Blake Tillery is in 5, a senior from McMinnville Sheridan. And in 6th, or in lane 6, Byron Held, a senior from Jesuit. So again, Todd, McMinnville Sheridan with a chance to earn some big points. 2 swimmers in this race, although Sunset boasts Zaucha in lane 2.
Yeah, 2-1 advantage for McMinnville, but they will have to kind of outperform themselves a little bit. And Zaucha, experienced from a year ago, performed very well at the state meet then.
Thorne from Barlow has the top qualifying time, 47.25. The 6A meet record held by Morgan Henderson Coons, 43.70, set 3 years ago. That's also the all classes mark. The national record, 42.87. Not far off the national mark was Henderson Coons 3 years ago in 2009. And none of our preliminary times here threatened that 6A mark. In fact, about a 4-second difference between the 6A and the all classes record and our best preliminary time of Nick Thorne. Finals have introduced, and they'll climb onto the blocks, and we're set for the start of the boys' 100-yard freestyle A final. Top to bottom, Greenwich, Zoucha, Thorne, Fellows, Tillery, and Held. Out of the turn, a very tight race in lanes 1 through 4. And touching first is Thorne in lane 3. Actually in 4, Henry Fellows beat him to the touch plate. Thorne is second and Held is third. Zoucha is swimming in 4th, Greenwich is 5th, and Tillery 6th. And Nick Thorne of Barlow, with a very strong stroke, wins it in 46.29. Zoucha is second in 47.21. Fellows finishes third, 47.30. Held is 4th, Tillery 5th, Greenwich finishes 6th.
And again, in this case, McMinnville Sheridan getting the lowest number of possible points that they could have picked up for their 2 swimmers. They will pick up 6 more points on Sunset as they get 19 in the race to 13 for the Apollo's second place finish for Jonathan Zoucha. So swing of 6 more going the way of McMinnville Sheridan, and about midway through our program, a very interesting development there. We'll get you updated on team scoring in just a minute. Right now we get set for some more awards down at the far end, and we'll start this one off with our winners in the 50-yard freestyles.
At this time, we will now present the awards to the girls 50-yard freestyle. Assisting in the presentation is West Point coach Katie Wilson.
And let's look at the finishers in the girls' 50-yard freestyle. In 11th, it was Kate Matthews of Sprague. In 10th, Abigail Lyons of Lake Oswego. Chanel Cayetano was 9th. Casey Beecher was 8th. Nicole Shaw was 7th. In 6th place on the podium right now, Kelsey Forster, the junior from Jesuit, a finals time of 24.89. In 5th, Logan Neal, the freshman from Century, 24.31. In 4th, Catherine Yee, the senior for Lake Oswego, in 24.26. Third place goes to Chrissy Bowe, the senior from Reynolds, in 24.05. An All-America consideration for the top 2 placers. In second, Brenda Cha, sophomore from Lake Ridge, 23.66. And just 100th better, but the state champion in the girls' 50-yard freestyle. Bree Ballsbow, the sophomore for West Lynn, 23.65. Look at the girls' team standings through the girls' 50-yard free. It's Jesuit with 78, Century with 46, Lake Oswego with 42 points. Lake Ridge is in 4th at 39, and Reynolds has 36. St. Mary's Academy just a point back of that 5th place spot with 35 points through the girls' 50-yard free. They'll clear the podium and bring up the honorees for the boys' 50-yard freestyle. In 12th, Perry Groves, a sophomore from McNary. 11th was Brendan Esser, a senior for North Salem. Calvin Mai, a junior from Aloha, in 10th. In 9th, Stuart Chauvin of McMinnville Sheridan. Lucky Lee was 8th from David Douglas. And Brandon Brooksby from West Lynn was 7th. Tie for 5th place The time was 22.18. Aiden Maxwell of Grants Pass and Blake Tillery of McMinnville Sheridan, both seniors. In fact, everyone on the podium is senior. In fourth, Byron Held of Jesuit finished in 22.03, earning 11 points for the Crusaders. In third, is Stephen Greenwich, also of McMinnville Sheridan, as they were able to score points with 3 placers in the top 12. Greenwich finishing in 21.99. Third place worth 12 points.
Kind of rare to have an all-senior podium, but we do in this one.
Hasn't it?
Again, we've said sometimes the underclassmen get stuck with the longer distances, and here we are in the shorty, and it's mostly seniors.
In second, Daniel Chen will make his way to the podium for Lake Oswego, 21.87. But finishing better than a half second ahead. And that's a sizable advantage in the 50-yard free. The state champion Gabe Rooker of Forest Grove, 21.31. And he earns 16 points in his final swim meet here for Forest Grove. So the boys team standings through the boys 50-yard free sunset with 85, but these are really outdated. We've kind of gone over this.
I think
we should get to these as we
You should have some
more.
update. I'll get you the updated girls standings here while you're looking for the boys. I think you'll have that. Here's the way the girls stand right now through the completion of the competition that we have so far going into the 500 freestyle. It's Jesuit in first place with 95 points. Century is second with 69. Lake Ridge third with 65. So they're 30 points down right now. Fourth place is Lake Oswego with 52. Fifth, Reynolds at 48. Sixth, St. Mary's 45. Seventh, Newburgh with 39. Eighth, West Salem with 32. Ninth, Tualatin with 30. And in 10th place is Sunset with 25. Continuing on, South Eugene 11th with 24. 12th is David Douglas with 20. 13th, West Lynn with 18. 14th, Westview with 14. And in 15th place, South Medford with 13. Those are your updated women's team totals as Jesuit goes for a 4th straight title. They currently lead Century by 26 points heading into the 500 freestyle.
Oh, they're honoring the individuals in the girls 100-yard butterfly. In 12th was Allie Rasmussen. 11th, Jesse Schroeder. Miranda Alf Wynn was 10th. Kathleen McCarroll was 9th. Chrissy Morrison 8th. And Rory Kearns was 7th. On the podium in 6th, Grace Jovanovich, the freshman from North Medford. In 5th, Lauren Rebesniks, the senior for Tualatin, in a time of 58.34, earning 10 points for the Timberwolves. In 4th, Jane Liggett, a senior for Westview, 57.68. In 3rd, Abby Miracle, the sophomore from Reynolds, 57.46. In 2nd, Brenda Chaw, a sophomore from Lake Ridge, in 57.18. And earning 16 points for Century, the freshman, in her first state meet, Ellie Thornbrew, 57.13. Girls 100-yard butterfly, state placers.
Really a big win there for Thornbrew. I think that's the first winner we've seen in the entire meet coming out of lane 1. Again, your slower qualifiers are in the outside lanes, and so for her to win that state title coming out of lane 1, a very impressive performance after being the number 5 or number 6 qualifier going into the event, and she hangs on to knock off Cha by 5/100ths of a second. So we have boys 100 butterfly awards coming up, and then do you have updated boys team scoring? What's the latest you have?
We do have the boys through event 12, the boys 100-yard freestyle, and the latest team standings, McMinnville Sheridan now on top with a total of 127.5, 17.5 points ahead of Sunset. Second place, Apollos with 110 points. Grant is in third with 72. West Lynn has 40. Tualatin is in fifth with 33, and Barlow in sixth with 32 points.
And just in case you were wondering, should it come down to it, McMinnville, Sheridan, and Sunset, and Grant all have teams in the championship final of the 400 freestyle relay, the last event on the schedule.
I have a feeling it will come down to that, and that's an exciting way to.
Yeah, it's really a matter of depth right now. Who do you have left in the remaining races? We've got the 500 free, we've got 2 relays, and we've got 2 other individual events, the backstroke and the breaststroke. So it's just going to be a matter of trying to pile up some points and then see what you can accumulate in the relays, which of course are double scoring. So that's the big slice of the pie coming in at the end.
Awards for the 100-yard butterfly as the top 6 are being introduced. The 6th place finisher, Jacob Porter from McMinnville Sheridan. In 5th, Tristan Versteeg, also of McMinnville Sheridan. Both Porter and Versteeg sophomores. The 4th place finisher, Cale Rogers, a senior from Newburgh. Jordan Hurwitz finished 3rd for Sunset. Matthew Valentine from McMinnville Sheridan was 2nd, and the state champion in the boys 100-yard butterfly, Max Jakobovich, the junior for Southridge, in a time of 51 flat. 7th was Alex La Rosa Chavez, 8th Keenan Grobert, 9th Curtis Hubbard, 10th Jacob Weitzel, 11th Leland Miller, and in 12th Jake Ramsey.
Let's do a little look ahead for you here for the boys race a little bit, as the girls a little bit wider spread. But in the next event for the boys, the 500-yard freestyle, Sunset has a finalist. He's also the defending champion in the event. McMinnville does not have anyone. However, in the boys 200-yard freestyle relay, Sunset did not make the A final. They are in the consolation final, and McMinnville Sheridan had the top qualifying time. They're the number 1 seed in the A final. With those double points in that relay, that could be a big swing right there. So we'll keep you posted on those over the next couple of races. It's long distance time now, though. And now that we've used up everything that we possibly could have, we're left with nothing to tell you about during the 500-yard freestyle races.
That's where the great analysis will come in on your part, Todd.
No, you're the analyst.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
I'll break down the strokes of each competitor.
Run down that the boys scoring a little bit deeper too. Will you go ahead and again, it's 17.5 points right now.
17.5 point lead for McMinnville Sheridan over Sunset, and
Grant's surprisingly deep, a lot farther back than you would expect at this point.
Yeah, 72 points for Grant, as they'll call them to the blocks for the 500-yard freestyle. And we'll get more in depth and take you all the way through the men's team rankings after we are underway here in the distance race.
This is the consolation final of the girls' 500-yard freestyle. At the top in lane 1 is Allie Rasmussen, a freshman from West Salem. Lane 2, Kaylee Cooper, a sophomore from South Medford. Lane 3, Hannah Cutts, a senior from Lake Oswego. Lane 4 is Madeline Hummel, a freshman from South Eugene. Lane 5, Taylor Frank, a junior from Glencoe. And in lane 6 is Erica Sato, a sophomore from McMinnville Sheridan. 10 times up and back in this consolation final. Going back to that boys race for just a second, all 3 of our top teams, no strangers to success. Sunset, the defending state champions. Grant winning it in 2010. And McMinnville successful in 1998 and 2002 back in the old 4A classification.
And Todd, let me jump in here and talk a little bit about the team rankings. And if you're wondering where your team stands, we'll go through all of them here. And not just the leaders, but at the top of the standings.
And these are the boys' team standings again.
Boys' team standings through the boys' 100-yard freestyle. McMinnville Sheridan with 127.5 points to lead all teams. Sunset trailing by 17.5. They have 110 team points. Grant is third at 72. West Lynn fourth with 40 points. In fifth place, Tualatin has 33. Barlow 32 in sixth place. In seventh, it's Lake Oswego with 28. Jesuit is eighth. Perhaps a little bit of a surprise there. In fact, a three-way tie for eighth. Jesuit, Westview, and Southridge all with 24 points. Centennial is 11th with 22, tied with Newburgh. 13th is Sheldon, 14th is Forest Grove, 15th is Grants Pass with 13.5. David Douglas has 9 points. Redmond has 7. West Salem has 7. So Redmond and West Salem tied at 17. The 19th place team is Aloha with 6. Hillsborough has 5. They're in 20th place. 21st is Gresham with 4. North Salem has 2 points. They're 22nd. And in 23rd place with 1 point is McNair.
And as we get to the halfway point of this consolation final in the girls' 500-yard freestyle, Hannah Cutts is your leader over Kaylee Cooper. And recapping the girls' team scoring going into this next final. Jesuit, the three-time defending champs, in first place with 95. Century second with 69. And in third is Lake Ridge with 65. Fourth is Lake Oswego with 52. Just looking real quick here, I don't think Century even tallied a year ago, so it's a pretty good performance for them. Fifth place is Reynolds with 48. Sixth, St. Mary's 45. Seventh, Newburgh with 39. Eighth, West Salem 32. Ninth, Tualatin 30. 10th, Sunset with 25. 11th, South Eugene 24. 12th, David Douglas 20. 13th, West Lynn with 18. 14th, Westview with 14. 15th, South Medford with 13 points. A tie for 16th, a four-way tie between Southridge, Clackamas, Oregon City, and North Medford with 9 points each. A two-way tie for 20th between Beaverton and Gresham with 7. Forest Grove is 22nd with 4. Sheldon in 23rd with 3 points. And a two-way tie for 24th between Sprague and Tigard with 2 points each. Two more times up and back in this girls 500 freestyle consolation final. And right now Taylor Frank of Glencoe has moved into the lead. She's about a half second ahead of Hannah Cutts of Lake Oswego, followed by Kaylee Cooper from South Medford. Pacing so important in this one. You just try to maintain a stroke rate and hang on and then finish strong. And the bell lap coming up. Taylor Frank at 4:46.90, a second and a half ahead of Hannah Cutts. Kaylee Cooper is in third. Fourth goes to Madeline Hummel, the freshman from South Eugene. Erica Sato in fifth. And Allie Rasmussen is sixth. 50 yards to go in the consolation final of the girls' 500-yard freestyle. And a good close by Cutts, but it won't be enough as Taylor Frank of Glencoe wins it. 5:17.86. Cutts second at 5:18.91. Kaylee Cooper third at 5:19.69. Madeline Hummel fourth, 5:27.28. Allie Rasmussen fifth at 5:27.75. And Erica Sato finishes sixth at 5:28.03. And they'll bring the field out now for the A final. And our field includes the defending state champion, although she is not the top qualifier in the event. So it'll be interesting to see how she paces herself. Our 6A state meet record belongs to Hannah Points, set in 2008, 4:58.05. The OSAA record, all classifications, Lauren Tees in 1997, the Lincoln standout at 4:47.34. And the national record, 4:34.78. In lane 1 is Rory Kearns, a sophomore from St. Mary's Academy. In lane 2 is the defending champion in this event, won it as a freshman, Alyssa Fuji of Tualatin. She had the third best qualifying time. The top qualifier is in lane 3, Blaze Whitnauer-Lee, a junior from Jesuit, whose time was 10 seconds better than anyone else in the field during qualifying. In lane 4 is Nikki Overton, a senior from David Douglas, the number 2 qualifier. In lane 5, Catherine Gertzmer, a junior from Tualatin. And rounding out the field in this girls' 500-yard freestyle championship flight, in lane 6 is Christy Hartenstein, a sophomore from Reynolds. Again, top to bottom, Kearns of St. Mary's in 1, Fuji of Tualatin in 2, Whitnauer-Lee of Jesuit in 3, Overton of David Douglas in 4, Gertzmer Tualatin 5, Hartenstein Reynolds in 6. Ten times up and back. And again, some additional points here for Jesuit, especially with the number 1 qualifier in the event, a chance to pad their leads further. Century without a competitor in this 500-yard freestyle final.
You know, I think this is a different breed of swimmer. A friend of mine swam this event years ago for South Eugene High School.
Why?
I think that's all they let him do.
Yeah.
And he'll admit that you know, he wasn't talented necessarily at the bat and ball sports. He was an athlete, an endurance type of athlete, and wasn't particularly fast in the pool, but he could swim these long races, particularly the 500. And he said it was just, there's a different breed of the distance, and like a distance runner.
Just what I was going to say, they talk about in cross country the loneliness of the long distance runner, and it really takes that sort of discipline here. You've got to mentally lock yourself into a place and tune. You've got to just keep consistent and just continue through until you get to the end of it. It's really the key.
And we had joked about how a lot of times we see the freshmen and sophomores, at least in the preliminary rounds, and then maybe they're, sent off to the 500 because it's the juniors and seniors who get the more the glory races, the sprints, the 50-yard varieties. But I think it really is more about the type of athlete you are. You're an endurance athlete versus a sprinter type mentality, and regardless of the class, those are the type of kids who flourish here. Is as you say, the disciplined athlete who can just hunker down and get into a pace and a rhythm that they can maintain over the 20 laps.
Yeah, you have to be willing as a competitor, as an athlete, to accept that extra endurance, that extra fatigue, the extra lactic acid buildup, all those things. You have to mentally prepare yourself for that long haul. We come to the halfway point, and it is a comfortable lead right now for Blaze Whitnauer-Lee, the number 1 qualifier, out by almost 3 seconds over Alyssa Fuji of Tualatin. Rory Kearns of St. Mary's Academy is 3rd. Nikki Overton of David Douglas is 4th. Christy Hartenstein of Reynolds is in 5th place. And Catherine Gertzmer of Tualatin is in 6th. And now you get to that second half. And you get not necessarily to a wall, but you have to pace yourself and try not to swim that slower second half. Not too big of a bad split in the second half of the event.
I think my friend would also tell you that they feel like perhaps this race should count for more points, and it's somewhat tongue-in-cheek.
Sure.
But they're doing a lot more work. They're spending a lot more time in the pool, at least in the competition. Obviously, everyone swims a lot in practice, but here to go up and back 10 times.
And look at the difference in stroke style. You just see very smooth and very efficient for Wittenauer Lee, and a little more splashing, a little more activity in the turnover for Alyssa Fuji. Wittenauer Lee just very smooth, very compact, not a lot of wake. It's very poised all the way through. And you look at the two, and it's almost one sort of just floats across the surface of the water, and the other one seems to churn a little bit more, and that's the difference in the stroke delivery between these two. Two more times up and back, and it's about a 10-yard plus lead now for Blaze Wittenauer Lee. 5.6 seconds with 100 yards to go. Fuji still in second, Overton third, Hartenstein fourth, Kearns fifth, and Gertzmer sixth. Bell lap. Junior Blaze Wittenauer lead is led it wire to wire. And extends her lead to almost 7 seconds going into the final 50. Very impressive performance here by Wittenauer Lee. She'll be just outside the state meet record time. There's the mark right there. And she'll touch at 5:01.26. About a second and a half, second and 3/4 better than her time in the qualifiers. Alyssa Fuji finishes second at 5:08.28. Nikki Overton third, 5:09.45. Christy Hartenstein fourth at 5:10.03. Rory Kearns fifth at 5:10.96. And Catherine Gertzmer in sixth place at 5:14.36. Your top six placers in the girls' 500-yard freestyle. And the boys up next, first with their consolation final over this distance. Well, the young ladies still struggling a little bit to get up out of the water and onto the deck and clear of the boys' starters. And in lane one, Austin Arizala, senior from Tualatin. Lane two is Andrew Wright, senior from Lincoln. Lane three, Josh Knoll, sophomore from Sunset. Lane four, Jacob Weitzel, junior from Westview. Lane five, Bailey Pearson, freshman from Lincoln. And in lane six, Sylvia Poe, a junior from Jesuit. Knoll missed out on making the top six by 0.3 of a second. He has the top time amongst the competitors in this consolation final.
And Todd just handed updated results after the girls' 500-yard freestyle. And Jesuit has padded its lead. Now the Crusaders up to 111 team points. Second place is Century, way back with 69. In third, it's Lake Ridge with 65. Reynolds stands in fourth at 59. Lake Oswego is fifth with 57. St. Mary's is sixth, holding tight at 55. Tualatin now with 52 points. Newburgh is eighth with 39. West Salem ninth with 34. And rounding out the top 10, David Douglas with 32 points. So now Jesuit really has a comfortable advantage in the girls' team race.
42-point margin, yeah. It will take something to catch them for sure. Go ahead and run down some more totals there while we've got time here in the 500.
Yeah, after the top 10, and 11th is South Eugene with 27. They have a chance to, you know, with some good finishes in the final portion of this meet, perhaps sneak into the top 10. Sunset has 25 points. They're 12th. And 13th, it's West Lynn with 18 points. 14th place is South Medford with 17. In 15th, Westview with 14. Southridge is 16th. And in fact, a four-way tie for 16th. It's Southridge, Oregon City, North Medford, and Clackamas all with 9. And then in 20th place, Beaverton with 7. And in fact, a three-way tie there. Beaverton, Gresham, and Glencoe all tied for 20th with 7 points. Forest Grove is 23rd with 4. Sheldon is 24th with 3. Sprague is 25th with 2 points. Tigard also with 2. And McMinnville Sheridan, the girls' side, not faring so well, in 27th place with just 1 point. It's kind of an interesting dichotomy there where you have the boys faring so well and the girls not managing much here at state.
Not unusual between programs sometimes, especially when you get just one good dominant swimmer who can rack up points in a lot of areas. But about 2 laps to go here, and a little bit of a surprise as Bailey Pearson out in lane 5, the freshman from Lincoln, continues to hold the lead. Josh Knoll of Sunset is in second place, about 2.5 seconds back. Savija Poe of Jesuit is third. Andrew Wright of Lincoln is fourth. Jacob Weitzel of Westview fifth, and Austin Arizala of Tualatin in sixth place. Our bell lap coming up here in the consolation final, the boys 500-yard freestyle. And Bailey Pearson with about a body length and a half to take to the final 50. He's at 4:20.27. Josh Knoll at 4:22.88, trying to turn up the stroke rate a little bit as they head for home. So Pearson in his first state meet, trying to earn a 7th place finish for Lincoln, and it looks as though he will hang on here over the final length, the final 25 yards. Good close by Josh Knoll in 3, but not enough, and Bailey Pearson touches in a time of 4:49.66, almost 7 seconds better than his qualifying time yesterday. Josh Knoll second at 4:52.16, a little off his time of yesterday. Savija Poe third at 4:54.38. Andrew Wright is fourth at 4:54.90. Austin Arizala rallies for fifth at 4:59.25, and just out touches Jacob Weitzel at 4:59.34. That's your consolation final in the boys' 500-yard freestyle. And now the field for the championship flight in this event, and it includes the defending state champion. Our 6A state meet record set in 2009 by Mike Stratton. It's a 4:33.78. Do you do any research on Alex Stiles like you promised?
I've got my people working on it.
Oh, your people, okay.
Yeah.
And he didn't get a hold of you? He didn't tweet you or anything?
He has not.
All right. So this is,
by the end of the
Dave has
day,
had a burning obsession to try to get updated on Alex Stiles in his 1984 record of 4:27.33, the OSAA all-class mark.
Which is, I believe, the oldest record that stands, either boys or girls, in the state of Oregon.
One of these 6 will try to break it, although none has been very close at all. In lane 1 will be Chris Weiner, a senior from Barlow. Lane 2, David Perlow, junior from Sheldon. Lane 3 is Cameron Stitt, the defending state champion, the junior from Sunset. Had the top qualifying time by better than 6 seconds over anyone else in the group. In lane 4, Nathan Thorne, a senior from Barlow. Lane 5, Sharon Smith, a senior from Clackamas. And in lane 6 is Matthew Carpenter, a junior from Redmond. Sunset looking to make a point swing here if they can pick up 16 from Stitt with a victory. And they do get a couple other points, at least from Josh Knoll on the consolation side of this event. Top to bottom, Weinert of Barlow in 1, Perlow of Sheldon in 2, Stitt of Sunset in 3, Thorne of Barlow in 4, Smith of Clackamas in 5, and Carpenter of Redmond in 6.
You know, getting back to Alex Stiles from 1984.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about it. You look at the 6A mark, and that's roughly 6 seconds off of Stiles' mark from 84, which in the 500 is not a huge difference. But the 5A mark was very close. Logan Story of Corvallis 5 years ago was within 8/100ths of a second of breaking that mark that is now 28 years old.
I'm not convinced it's going to happen today.
I'm not either. No one's gotten close in the 5A preliminaries and any of the 3 meets. We talked to Steve Walker a little bit, the OSAA sports information person.
About the legend of Alex Stiles?
Yes, and I thought he may even know him. And Steve's the kind of guy who has that kind of encyclopedic knowledge of Oregon high school and college sports and remembers things going back that far because he's that old. But he does not remember him, but he suggested that there's probably people here at the Mount Hood Aquatic Center who not only know of Alex Stiles, but may have swum with him or against him.
Well, you better go survey this crowd before they go out the door at the end of the competition.
The 500 is long enough, I might have
You could do that.
chance.
We have a couple hours break in between. If you just beat everybody to the exit and query everyone on the way out.
Or
Maybe
just
be like
make a sign.
I was going to say like the guy at the airport. Exactly.
Alex
Where
Stiles.
is instead of where's Waldo, you can put where's Alex Stiles. I'm looking for information on maybe start putting small classifieds, start in the nickel ads. You don't want to get too big a budget right off the bat. Or you could just send out a press release and have somebody interview you for a feature story because goodness knows they're always looking for material.
Right.
So
if we had a wireless mic, I could probably make my way through the crowd.
If we had a wireless connection, we could do a search for him. But Cameron Stitt well out in front of the rest of the field with the halfway point. One of the reasons why we're not giving you a lot of race information is they're just at the halfway point, but Stitt is up by 8 seconds on Matt Carpenter of Redmond out in lane 6. You can see the margin that Stitt has now, almost a full 25 yards. And it's all pacing from here. Again, the state meet record time 4:33, and Stitt swam a 4:40 in qualifying. So it'd be hard-pressed to get to the 6A mark, much less the magical, mystical, almost ethereal 1984 Alex Stiles record. Three more laps for Stitt.
I think one of the astonishing things or just impressive things are the athletes who swim the 500 and yet come back in an event or two and swim the 100.
Well, the 100's easy after you've done 500. That's a walk in the park.
Well, I mean, but they're at a disadvantage with other competitors in the field of, say, the boys' 100-yard backstroke. I mean, you have a guy like Nathan Thorne in this race, and Stitt may even be racing again at some point in the meet as I just peruse.
Stitt with a 30-yard lead now as he comes down for his bell lap. He's so far ahead that his time goes off the board before anybody else even touches in, and he's more than the length of the pool ahead. He touches at 4:01:39. He'd have to do a 32-second last 50 to get to Stratton's 6A mark. He needs to do 11 seconds for Stiles. That's not going to happen, but the state meet record might fall. Roar goes up for Cameron Stitt, and he is going to get the 6A record. Stitt at 4:27.84. And guess what, Mr. Stiles? You escaped again by half a second. 51/100ths of a second. He was that close to ending Dave Wenda's quest before it ever even started. Cameron Stitt with a meet record just missed the all classifications. He wins by nearly 20 seconds as Chris Weinert of Barlow finishes second at 4:47.29. Matt Carpenter third at 4:47.43 as Weinert out-touched him. David Perlow fourth at 4:49.47. Nathan Thorne fifth at 4:50.30. And Smith sixth at 4:52.03. And along with the championship and along with almost getting the all classifications mark, it's 16 key points for Sunset in the team competition.
And back to the relays now. The girls' 200-yard freestyle relay. In lane 1 at Sunset, lane 2 is West Lynn, lane 3 the McMinnville-Sheridan combo, and 4 Canby, 5 Sprague, and 6 South Medford.
So now I have to go give Stitt a bad time.
A 50-yard sprint for each of the 4 relay members in this one. For Sunset, Haley Fellows is the lead leg. For West Lynn, Bree Ballsbow. Rebecca Wood for McMinnville-Sheridan. Veronica Norris for Canby. Hannah Williams for Sprague. And Jenna Cooper for South Medford. And a big lead in lane 2 for West Lynn, as Ballsbow staked West Lynn to that advantage. And now Katie Cooper in the pool for West Lynn. In 1, it's Amanda Glenn for Sunset. Brooklyn Newbig for McMinnville-Sheridan in 3. Chrissy Peterson for Canby in 4. Sage Freeberg for Sprague in 5. And Morgan Pratt for South Medford in 6. As the race tightens up, lanes 2 and 3, and touching first is McMinnville-Sheridan into the lead. 51.12. West Lynn now at 51.37 halfway through. Canby is 3rd, Sprague 4th, Sunset 5th, and South Medford is 6th. Ashley Neola, the sophomore, against Sierra Wolf, another sophomore. McMinnville-Sheridan in lane 3 maintains the lead and extends it a bit. 1:17.43 to 1:17.99 for West Lynn. Canby is in 3rd, Sprague in 4th, and Sunset 5th. The anchor leg for McMinnville-Sheridan, swum by Erica Sato and Brianna Durdahl, the freshman in the pool for West Lynn. McMinnville-Sheridan wins it, 1:43.42. West Lynn is second, 1:43.87. Canby finishes 3rd, 1:44.13. Sunset is 4th, Sprague is 5th, and South Medford will swim to a 6th place finish. And now the A final in the girls 200-yard freestyle relay. As a crowded deck with 24 swimmers in the A final. And let's introduce the teams to you. In lane 1, St. Mary's Academy. In lane 2, Newburgh. In lane 3, it's Lake Oswego. Lake Oswego with the top preliminary time, 1:39.53. Jesuit is in lane 4. Reynolds in 5, and Tualatin is in lane 6. So from top to bottom, St. Mary's, Newburgh, Lake Oswego, Jesuit, Reynolds, and Tualatin. Elena Basada for St. Mary's in 1. Alicia Bush for Newburgh in 2. Sarah Kaunitz for Lake Oswego in 3. Corey Carpenter of Jesuit is in 4. Abby Miracle is in 5 for Reynolds, and Lauren Robesniks for Tualatin in 6. In lane 2, Newburgh touches first, 23.55. Lake Oswego second, Reynolds is third. Tualatin fourth. In 5th is Jesuit. St. Mary's swimming in 6th place in lane at number 1. Newburgh's Anna Doliniuk trying to hold on to the lead and being pushed in lane 3. And now Lake Oswego in lane 3 has taken the lead in 49.27. Newburgh is second in 49.50. Jesuit in lane 4 is third. A close race between lanes 2 and 3. Here we go. Anchor leg for Newburgh. It's Catherine Mays. Celia Keeney in lane 3 for Lake O. And Jesuit in 3rd place, Megan Harper. As they turn for home. Mays in 2. Keeney in 3. Keeney with an edge. It'll come down to the touch, and Keeney wins it for Lake Oswego, 138.77. 2nd place, Jesuit climbing from 3rd to 2nd, 139.28. Newburgh is 3rd. Reynolds is 4th. St. Mary's 5th. And Tualatin finishes 6th in the girls' 200-yard freestyle relay. And as we clear the deck, next up, the boys' 200-yard freestyle, the consolation final. In lane 1 is West Lynn. Lane 2 is Roseburg. Lane 3, David Douglas. Lane 4, Centennial. Lane 5, Sunset. And in 6, it's Clackamas.
Looks like a train station, bringing everybody on and off. 48 bodies up there.
From top to bottom, West Lynn, Roseburg, David Douglas, Centennial, Sunset, and Clackamas. Consolation final of the boys' 200-yard freestyle. And off the first turn, a good start in 1 for West Lynn and Curtis Klein. Klein with about a half body lead, and West Lynn has the early lead at 22.15 as we move to the second leg. David Douglas is 2nd, Clackamas 3rd, Sunset 4th, Centennial is 5th, and Roseburg is 6th. Continuing to swim hard, Ryan O'Leary for West Lynn. And now a very close race among the top 4 teams. David Douglas takes the lead. Centennial is 2nd. West Lynn has slipped all the way to 5th. Roseburg now in 3rd place after a great second leg from Hayden Boyder.
And keep in mind, this is a crucial point spot for Sunset in the consolations.
And
McMinnville
Sunset
in the championship.
Makes a move into first place, 108.01. As we hit the anchor leg, Josh Knoll in the pool for the Apollos. In 2nd is David Douglas. Roseburg now 3rd. Centennial is 4th. And the early leader, West Lynn, has slipped all the way into last place. Final 10 yards. It's anyone's race. Comes down to the touch. And Sunset wins in 130.92. West Lynn, with a great anchor leg from Brandon Brooksby, climbs from 6th to 2nd in one leg, 131.19. The time for West Lynn. Roseburg is 3rd. Centennial is 4th. In 5th place, David Douglas, and Clackamas in 6th. So West Lynn went from 1st to 6th to second, but more importantly, the Sunset Apollos claim the relay with a great anchor leg from Josh Knoll.
Well, it's got to be a little frustrating for them as well. Number one, that they, at best, are going to come up with 18 points, and on paper, McMinnville Sheridan is the favorite in this championship, so that'd be a 14-point swing. But also frustrating for them because the time they just posted would have been enough for them to get into the championship flight had they swum that time yesterday.
And next up is the championship flight. And let's set the lanes for you. In 1, McNary. In lane 2, Newburgh. McMinnville Sheridan is 3. Southridge is 4th. Lake Oswego in lane 5. And in lane 6 is Barlow. From top to bottom in the A final of the boys, 200-yard freestyle relay, McNary, Newburgh, McMinnville Sheridan, Southridge, Lake Oswego, and Barlow. And a good turn in lane 2, Newburgh and Kale Rogers with about a head lead. Touching first is Newburgh, McMinnville Sheridan comfortably in second. Third place, Lake Oswego. McNary is 4th, Barlow 5th, and Southridge is 6th. Taylor McMaster trying to hold on to the lead for Newburgh. And it will be a tie. McMinnville Sheridan and Newburgh both hit in 44.92. Southridge is 3rd. Strong third leg for both McMinnville Sheridan and Newburgh, and it's McMinnville Sheridan 106.83 as we head to the anchor leg. Newburgh is 2nd, Southridge stays in 3rd place. McNary is 4th, Lake Oswego 5th, Barlow is 6th. Down the home stretch, McMinnville Sheridan wins in 128.32, fairly comfortably over Southridge. Southridge finishes in 129.50. Newburgh is 3rd, Lake Oswego 4th, Barlow 5th, and McNary 6th. And a fantastic relay there for McMinnville Sheridan coming from behind to claim 1st and 32 team points.
A good anchor performance, and as we said, yeah, that will be another 14-point swing for them in their battle with Sunset for the boys team championship. So we'll get that updated for you shortly. And we've got more awards coming up to present here momentarily, and that'll start with the 100-yard freestyle. Down to 2 individual events and 1 relay left. They'll present the awards first for the girls' 100-yard freestyle. In 12th place was Sophia Zhao from Westview at 57.53. 11th, Pamela Kennedy of David Douglas at 57.05. 10th, Kathleen Medina of Sheldon at 56.32. 9th, Kelsey Forster of Jesuit at 55.41. 8th, Chanel Cayetano, senior from Clackamas, at 54.92. And in 7th place was Logan Neal of Century at 53.19. Again, keep in mind that time for Neal lower than what you'll hear for a few of the finishers in the championship flight, but because she didn't qualify for it, the best that she can do is 7th place. Had it been open times today, she actually would have finished 4th. And now the medal winners up on the podium. In sixth place is Corey Carpenter, a senior from Jesuit, at 54.32. Fifth, Celia Keeney, a junior from Lake Oswego, at 53.70. Fourth, Mackenzie Rumroll, a freshman from West Salem, at 53.21. Third, Lana Novotny, junior from Sunset, at 52.20. In second place was Karen Turner, senior from Lake Ridge, at 51.90. And the winner of the girls 100-yard freestyle with an All-American qualifying time of 50.82 seconds, 6/100ths under the standard, is Alicia Bush, a junior from Newburgh, who misses out on the state meet and all classifications mark by less than 0.8 of a second. So Alicia Bush of Newburgh, your girls 100-yard freestyle champion. And next up will be the boys 100-yard freestyle awards. And then we'll follow that with the awards for the 500 freestyle events that were completed just before the relay. A couple of disqualifications in the boys 100-yard freestyle, so they'll only award points through 10th place. And in 10th place was Calvin Mai of Aloha at 49.81. Ninth was Aiden Maxwell of Grants Pass at 49.48. Eighth, Aaron Cookson of Hillsborough at 49.42. And seventh, Stuart Chauvin of McMinnville Sheridan at 49.18. In sixth place, Stephen Greenwich of McMinnville Sheridan, a senior, at 48.21. In fifth place was Blake Tillery, also a senior, also from McMinnville Sheridan, 4/100ths of a second ahead of his teammate at 48.17. Fourth place, Byron Held, senior from Jesuit, at 47.96. In third place was Henry Fellows, senior from Grant, at 47.30. Second place was Jonathan Zua, a sophomore from Sunset, at 47.21. And the winner of the boys 100-yard freestyle was Nick Thorne, sophomore from Barlow, at 46.29. And that's about 2.5 seconds off of the 6A and all-class record held by Westview's Morgan Henderson Coons. So there are your award winners in the girls and boys 100-yard freestyle events. And we move over next to the 500-yard freestyle award winners.
Well, 12th place in the girls 500-yard freestyle went to Erica Sato of McMinnville Sheridan. And that's the 1 point we were telling you about for the girls team for the combination of McMinnville Sheridan. And 11th, Allie Rasmussen of West Salem, the freshman. In 10th place, Madeline Hummel of South Eugene, also a freshman. 9th place went to Kaylee Cooper of South Medford, a sophomore. 8th place, Hannah Cutts, the senior for Lake Oswego. And the consolation winner and the 7th place finisher overall, Taylor Frank, junior from Glencoe, in 5:17.86. So as they clear the stand of the boys 100-yard freestyle award winners, we'll introduce you to the top 6 of the girls 500-yard free. In 6th place, Catherine Gertzmar, a junior for Tualatin, 5:14.36. Fifth place went to Rory Kearns of St. Mary's, a sophomore, 5:10.96. In fourth place was Christy Hartenstein, sophomore from Reynolds, 5:10.03. The time for Hartenstein, and now the top three. In third place, Nikki Overton, a senior from David Douglas, in 5:09.45. Alyssa Fuji of Tualatin was second, sophomore, 5:08.28. And the decisive victory went to Blaze Wittenauer Lee. The junior from Jesuit wins the 500-yard girls freestyle in 5:01.26 and earns those all-important 16 points for the Jesuit Crusaders girls team. And they'll clear the podium and bring up the boys winners in the 500-yard freestyle, the placers. And we'll introduce you to the consolation bracket first. Jacob Weitzel was 12th for Westview, a junior. In 11th, Austin Arizala, the senior from Tualatin. 10th went to Andrew Wright of Lincoln, the senior. Savija Poe of Jesuit was 9th. Josh Knoll finished 8th for Sunset, and Bailey Pearson of Lincoln was 7th in the consolation winner. In 6th, you see him on the podium, Saren Smith, or Smythe from Clackamas, the senior. In 5th, Nathan Thorne, the senior from Barlow. 4th place, David Perlow, junior from Sheldon, in 4:49.47. In 3rd place, from Redmond, Matthew Carpenter, the junior, 4:47.43. Second place belongs to Chris Weinert, a senior from Barlow, 4:47.29. And in first place, the winner of the boys 500-yard freestyle with a new state record at Class 6A, Cameron Stitt, the junior from Sunset, in 4:27.84. That's also an All-America qualifying time in the 500-yard freestyle. Top 6 in the boys 500-yard free, won by Cameron Stitt of Sunset.
Half a second. Couldn't he have swum another half a second faster?
I know you're pulling for that record to go down.
You know, I mean, records are made to be broken,
Yeah, they
right?
are, absolutely. And it's exciting to see after 28 years someone get within a half second of it, particularly in a race as long as the 500-yard free.
But it also shows you how dominant Stiles must have been to still have that mark on the books. Takes a lot of dedication to swim that distance, and not many make a run at the mark. And Cameron Stitt came up just short today of setting a new record in the 500 freestyle. We'll move over now to the girls' 100-yard backstroke. We have backstroke, 100 breaststroke, and then the relay to wrap things up here in the 6A team competition. So we'll try to get pencils to paper and do some calculating going into that last relay event and let you know where the point standings are. We have another set of awards to be made after a couple races here. The consolation final in the girls' 100-yard backstroke in lane 1 will be Alexis Perry, a senior from St. Mary's. Lane 2, Sarah Braun, a junior from Southridge. Lane 3, Catherine Gertzmer, junior from Tualatin. Lane 4, Maria Wetzel, a junior from West Salem. Lane 5, Rachel Haney, a sophomore from Redmond. And in lane 6 will be Megan Davis, a senior from Tigard. The ladies have been relatively patient while all those awards are going on. They've been standing out on the deck waiting and waiting and waiting, and now finally their moment is here. Two times up and back. Sarah Braun up and out of the water rather early in lane 2. And Braun again up in a hurry with a good turn, but out in lane 3 right now. It's Catherine Gertzmer with the early lead as we come down to the first 50. Also doing well out in lane 5 is Rachel Haney. And Haney will get the touch at 28.97 to Gertzmer's 29.06. Wetzel third at 29.21. Braun to fourth at 29.67. Perry at 30.29, and Davis at 30.30, a hundredth of a second back. 25 yards to go, and another good turn on the wall for Gertzmer. And also doing well in lane 4 right now, Maria Wetzel trying to close over the last 25. And in lane 5, Rachel Haney of Redmond. This one will come close down to the wire. And with the touch, it'll be Wetzel at 59.74. Haney got up for second at 59.84, and Gertzmer falls to third at 1 minute 17 100ths of a second. Perry fourth at 101.57, Braun fifth at 101.63, and Megan Davis finishing sixth at 102.82 in the consolation final of the girls' 100-yard backstroke. Now the meet record holder and all classification holder is here. Karen Turner won this event 2 years ago. Did not win it last year, as Megan McCarroll of Jesuit was victorious then. But this time around, she is the top qualifier in the field. And the girls' 100-yard backstroke finalists in lane 1 will be Megan Harper, a sophomore from Jesuit. Lane number 2, Sarah Ryerson, senior from South Medford. Lane 3, the aforementioned Karen Turner. She set the 6A meet and all classifications mark 2 years ago at 55.22. She qualified yesterday in 56.84. The national best mark is 51.85, by the way. In lane 4 is Brooklyn Newbig, a senior from McMinnville Sheridan, so they'll add to that 1 point total that you were talking about earlier, Dave. Lane 5, Elena Basada, senior from St. Mary's, and in lane 6 is Caitlin McMahon, a junior from Jesuit. So Harper of Jesuit in 1, Ryerson of South Medford in 2, Turner of Lake Ridge in 3, Newbig, McMinnville Sheridan in 4, Basada, St. Mary's in 5, and McMahon, Jesuit, in lane 6 as they get set to get into the pool for the girls' 100-yard backstroke. Jesuit looking to add some points here and try to salt things away a little bit before we even get to the final relay. And off we go in the championship flight of the girls' 100-yard backstroke. Turner with a good opening 25 in lane 3. The record holder gets to the wall first and has by far the longest stretch to under the water's surface.
I was just going to point out, I didn't even see her pop up until almost the 15-yard mark.
Yeah, you wonder where she is when everybody else comes up first. Good job and a nice turn in 4 by Newbig, but Turner again staying underwater longer. However, her lead is shrinking as Newbig starts to close with 25 yards to go. Turner in 3, Newbig in 4. And as Turner comes up, she had a great turn that time and extends the lead to a body length. That turn made the difference for Karen Turner, and she'll win the 100-yard backstroke for the second time at the state meet. 56:25, about a second off of her record from 2 years ago. Brooklyn Newbig second at 57:49. Elena Basada third at 57:84. Sarah Ryerson fourth, 58:02. Megan Harper fifth at 59:67. And in sixth place, Caitlin McMahon at 1 minute, 78 100ths of a second. To the boys' 100-yard backstroke, consolation final first. Top to bottom in lane 1 is Sam Lundeen, a senior from McMinnville Sheridan. Lane 2, Alika Massey, junior from West Salem. Lane 3, Alex La Rosa Chavez, a freshman from Westview. Lane 4, Nathan Thorne, a senior from Barlow. Lane 5, Tristan Versteeg, a sophomore from McMinnville Sheridan. And lane 6 is Jared Taylor, a senior from Gresham. La Rosa Chavez touching first at the wall, with about a 7 100ths of a second lead over Versteeg, followed by Thorne, Massey, Taylor, and Lundeen. Last 25 yards. And a good turn off the wall by La Rosa Chavez, and he should come home for his second victory in a consolation final. The freshman from Westview will beat everybody to the line at 54:06. Thorne second at 54:71. Versteeg third at 54:74. Massey fourth at 55:39. Lundeen fifth at 56:65. And in sixth place was Taylor at 57:09. A little more upbeat music as they bring the competitors to the deck for the final of the boys' 100-yard backstroke. The 6A state meet record, Connor McCarroll in 2009, 50.35. The OSAA all-time mark at 2000, set by Trent Staley at 50.02. And the national high school best, 46.75. And setting the field for you in this boys' 100-yard backstroke final in lane 1 will be Max Yakubovich, junior from Southridge. Lane 2, Karch Perkins, a senior from Tualatin. In lane 3, Curtis Klein of West Lynn. Lane 4, Will Terrell of Grant, the senior. Lane 5, Daniel Chen, a senior from Lake Oswego. And lane 6, Mason Barrow, a senior from David Douglas. Dave, no sunset competitors in either heat. McMinnville Sheridan will pick up a couple sets of consolation points from the first heat, but they will allow them to widen the margin even further.
Yeah, and as you mentioned with the girls, Jesuit doing the same thing on the girls' side in the 100-yard backstroke a moment ago. And, you know, if you're in second place in these situations, you don't want to see Jesuit or McMinnville Sheridan, in terms of girls or boys respectively, get too much of a cushion and not be able to catch them when you come relay time. But remember, the relay is double points.
Yakubovich in 1 from Southridge. Perkins of Tualatin in 2. Klein of West Lynn in 3. Terrell of Grant in 4. Chen Lake Oswego in 5, and Barrow David Douglas is in 6. Very fast opening 50 and some tight competition. Klein touches in 24:50, ahead of Terrell's 24:60 and Perkins 25:15. Klein stretches it out a little bit over the third length, and a strong turn off the wall gives him the lead with 25 to go, but Terrell draws up on him. Curtis Klein of West Lynn will hang on and take the championship at 50.08. That is a new 6A meet record. It misses the all-class mark by just 6/100ths of a second. Terrell was second at 50.88. Perkins third at 52.23. Yakubovich fourth at 52.52. Chen fifth at 52.65. And Barrow sixth at 53.53. But Curtis Klein with a 6A state meet record to capture the boys' 100-yard backstroke.
Next up, the girls' 100-yard breaststroke. In the consolation final, Jessica Lee in lane 1, the junior from Southridge. In 2, Emma Redwine Hickson, a senior from David Douglas. In lane 3, Delynn DiAgostino, senior from Gresham. In 4, Eva Winter, the senior from South Eugene. And rounding out the field in this B final, Kate Matthews, a junior from Sprague in 5, and Lydia Pervazina, a sophomore from Barlow in 6. Twice up and back, the girls' 100-yard breaststroke B final. And very close, Pervazina leading in lane 6. Bottom of your screen. And gets a good turn. And pops out of the water first. We have seen very few high finishers in lane 6. And as they head for home, final 25 yards, Pervazina continues to lead. In lane 2, Redwine Hickson. But Pervazina wins the consolation final in 107.75. Redwine Hickson is second. Tying with Kate Matthews. So Matthews and Redwine Hickson finishing tied for second. In fourth, it was Winters. Fifth went to DiAgostino, and Lee was 6th. And now they'll pump up the jams as they walk in the A finalists, and we'll introduce them to you. In lane 1, Grace Jovanovich, a freshman from North Medford. In 2, Katie Spires Robertson, the senior from Oregon City. The top qualifier in lane 3, Sarah Kaunitz, sophomore from Lake Oswego. She had a preliminary time of 103.73, just off the 6A state meet record. In 4, Catherine Yee, the senior from Lake O, 106.24. Bree Ballsbo, the sophomore from West Lynn, is in 5. And in lane 6, Miranda Alfwin, a junior from St. Mary's Academy.
We'll get you caught up in a few minutes on the team standings. The girls' state championship, as you probably can guess, is pretty well locked up. But we have a very interesting scenario in the boys' standings going into the final 2 races, one an individual, the other a relay. So we'll set all that up for you right after the finish of the boys' 100-yard breaststroke.
The 6'8" state mark in this event, Amy Wiley 2 years ago, 103.60, and we mentioned that Kaunitz was 1300ths off of that in the prelims. the all-class mark set by Felicia Castaneda in 04, 102.62. Top to bottom, lanes 1 through 6. Jovanovic, Spires Robertson, Kaunitz, Yee, Ballsbow, and Alfwin. Off the first turn, it's Kaunitz with about a half body lead already on the field. Being pushed to her right by Catherine Yee. At the halfway mark, Kaunitz in 29.72. Yee is second. Ballsbow is third in lane 5. Spires Robertson is fourth. Alfwin is fifth. Jovanovic is swimming in sixth place in lane 1. Kaunitz makes the turn first and heads for home. Long time underwater and now has opened up about a 3/4 body lead on Yee in lane 4. Ballsbow in 5 is third. Kaunitz wins in 1:03.61 and a 100th of a second off the 6A state meet record time. Second goes to Yee. Ballsbow is third. Spires Robertson fourth. Alfwin is fifth and Jovanovic is sixth. But an excellent effort there, Todd, from Sarah Kaunitz. Just 1/100th off the 6A meet record.
Great performance and kind of capping a busy meet for her as well.
Up next, the boys, and they'll get them started right away. This is the consolation final of the 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 1, it's Benjamin Bukalski, a sophomore from Jesuit. Kevin Wallen, a senior from Grant, is in 2. Blake Sue, the sophomore from Centennial, is in lane 3. Curtis Hubbard, freshman from Sheldon, is in 4. Keenan Grobert, the junior from Grant, is in 5. And Liam Wong, a senior from South Eugene, swims in lane 6. Lanes 1 and 3, Bukalski and Sue. And Sue got there first. Hubbard climbs up into second in lane 4. Curtis Hubbard of Sheldon. Bukalski in lane 1 is in third place. Good race in lanes 3 and 4 as they come off the wall for the final time. And it is Sue leading by about a half body length. Sue wins in 1:01.41. Hubbard is second in 1:01.51, a 10th back. Bukalski is third, Wallen is fourth, Grobert is fifth, and Wong is sixth in the boys' 100-yard breaststroke.
Before we get to the championship flight in this, let's get you a quick update and we'll set the scenario for you.
Okay.
Sunset is going to have the team lead at the conclusion of this race. What's going to matter is where their placers are. There are 3 Sunset swimmers in this final, none for McMinnville. Sunset's lead will be anywhere from 10 to about 21 points, depending on how they fare. Right now, Sunset trails McMinnville Sheridan by 20 1/2 points. The worst they can do is to pick up 30 in this. So they'd be 9.5 to about 20 points. So we'll see at the end of this race. We'll do the math for you and tell you what's exactly needed for the state championship. And the boys will tell you that Jesuit has now officially clinched. Even though Lake Oswego scored points, Jesuit has enough to hang on to clinch the girls' title, 4th in a row.
All right, thanks for the update. Well, we saw this with McMinnville Sheridan in the earlier race when they had multiple competitors and multiple scores. Now it swings back the other way in favor of Sunset in this boys' 100-yard breaststroke final. In lane 1, Casey Kwong, the junior for Sunset. Next to him is classmate at Sunset High. Jordan Hurwitz in lane 2. Lane 3, Gabe Rooker of Forest Grove, the senior, with the top qualifying time of 57.35. He may challenge the 6A mark set by Sam Rowan 3 years ago of 56.51. In 4, Cole Hurwitz, the junior from Sunset. In 5, Taylor McMaster, a senior for Newburgh. And in lane 6, Luke Marshall, the junior from Lake Oswego.
Rooker may not know where to look. With the Hurwitz brothers on either side of him, he's not going to know whether to look left or right. And keep in mind those Sunset swimmers. We'll see whether those qualifying times were accurate or if they saved a little bit for what may turn out to be the key event of the meet.
I think the crowd is starting to sense it a little bit too here as we near the completion of this, and knowing this is a back and forth affair with Sunset and McMinnville Sheridan. "100-yard breaststroke final. Kwong, Hurwitz, Rooker, Hurwitz, McMaster, and Marshall. Off the first turn, very close in lanes 2, 3, and 4. That's Jordan Hurwitz, Rooker, and Cole Hurwitz. And Cole will have the early lead. Oh no, Rooker out-touched him from Forest Grove, 27.07 to 27.08. Jordan Hurwitz is in 3rd, McMaster 4th, Marshall 5th, Kwong is 6th. And Rooker comes off the final turn with about a half-body lead. Cole Hurwitz trying to reel him in for Sunset, but it's going to be a 2-3 finish for the Apollos. Rooker wins it in 57.03, about 12 100ths off the 6A meet record. But more importantly, Sunset, as you laid out for us, Todd, gets the 2-3 finish. And we'll see about Kwong. They're not showing a place yet for Casey Kwong in lane 1.
Okay, here's the deal. Sunset leads by 13.5 points if they finish 5th or better in the relay. Regardless of what McMinnville does, Sunset will be the state champion. If McMinnville wins the relay, Sunset would have to finish 6th. They'd have to finish last in the relay field in order for McMinnville Sheridan to pass them. So Sunset in pretty good shape coming down to that relay. It's 179 for Sunset, 165.5 for McMinnville Sheridan right now.
You laid it out beautifully. 4 hours of swimming, and it really came down to that boys' 100-yard breaststroke. I mean, there were points and times piled up throughout the other races, but right there, Sunset was able to catch them with 3 swimmers in the final, and 2 of them going 2nd and 3rd. It was the brothers, Jordan Hurwitz and Cole Hurwitz, really getting it done for the Apollos.
Time to present some more awards here, and then we'll get to the freestyle relay. We'll get you updated on points for the boys and the girls momentarily, but again, we've pretty much laid out the title scenarios for you, but we'll get you caught up on other things as well. First set of awards this time is going to go for the girls' 200-yard freestyle relay. In 12th place was South Medford at 156.60. 11th was Sprague at 145.49. 10th was Sunset, 145.36. 9th, Canby, 144.13. 8th, West Lynn at 143.87. And 7th, McMinnville Sheridan at 143.42. In 6th place was Tualatin, Lauren Rubizniks, Madison Goforth, Christine Ho, and Jesse Schroeder at 142.94. 5th, St. Mary's Academy, Elena Basada, Alexis Perry, Miranda Alfwin, and Rory Kearns at 142.60. 4th, Reynolds, Abby Miracle, Christy Hartenstein, Rachel Lorenzen, and Chrissy Vo at 139.43. 3rd, Newburgh, Alicia Bush, Anna Dolniak, Cassie Beecher, and Catherine Mays at 139.37. 2nd, Jesuit, Corey Carpenter, Kelsey Forster, Kathleen McCarroll, and Megan Harper, 139.28. And the winners of the girls' 200-yard freestyle relay, Lake Oswego, Sarah Kaunitz, Abigail Lyons, Hannah Cutts, and Celia Keeney at 1:38.77. They missed All-America consideration time by less than 0.4 of a second. Next up is the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay. We'll get those award winners in a minute. And as all the relay teams get together and pose, that, of course, another one of those wonderful traffic jams as we get everybody on and off. We'll look at the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay. And there was a disqualification in the B final. So in 11th place was David Douglas. 10th place was Centennial. 9th place, Roseburg. 8th place, West Lynn. And in 7th place was Sunset. In 6th place in the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay was McNary, Perry Groves, Seth Miller, Ben Johnson, and Kevin Groves at 1:31.24. 5th place went to Barlow, Chris Weinert, Ethan Hansen, Nathan Thorne, and Nick Thorne. Brotherly love everywhere in the relays. Barlow at 1:30.92. 4th to Lake Oswego, Luke Marshall, Wyatt Hayden, David Ainsworth, and Daniel Chen at 1:29.94. Edging them out by 12/100ths of a second for 3rd was Newberg, Cale Rogers, Taylor McMaster, Bjorn Larson, and Craig Beecher at 1:29.82. 2nd, Southridge, Blake Hokanen, Jake Ramsey, Kyle Blandon, and Max Yakubovich at 1:29.82. And the victory in the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay going to McMinnville Sheridan. Stephen Greenwich, Stuart Chauvin, Tristan Versteeg, and Blake Tillery at 1:28.32. 2 seconds off the 6A meet record. Let me correct something. Actually, I'm 2 points further for Sunset, so there must have been a change in the scoring. Yes, there was. 2-3-4. They adjusted it. Kwong moved up to 4th. So Sunset now leads by 15.5 points. And with Sunset in the final, unless they get disqualified, they have won the state championship. So all Sunset has to do is swim cleanly and they will win. There is no way for McMinnville Sheridan to surpass them because the difference between 1st and 6th in the relay is 14 points. And currently Sunset has a 15.5 point lead.
Wow.
So there's your math.
Well
To the moment.
You did old school too with the writing it out. It
Yeah.
wasn't a calculator, your fancy computer.
Well, there's a calculator up here.
Yeah.
I usually crank them out pretty quick that way. So.
Supercomputer up there.
Yeah.
Continue on with the awards here as they clear the podium. 2 more to be presented before we get to the 400-yard freestyle relays. And in the girls' 100-yard backstroke, let's start in 12th, Megan Davis, a senior for Tigard. And 11th, Sarah Braun, junior from Southridge. Finishing 10th, Alexis Perry, a senior for St. Mary's Academy. Catherine Gertzmar, a freshman or a junior, excuse me, for Tualatin was 9th. In 8th, Rachel Haney, the sophomore for Redmond. And in 7th, Maria Wetzel, the junior for West Salem. And in the final, our top 6 finishers as they make their way to the podium. In 6th, Caitlin McMahon, a junior for Jesuit. Finals time of 1 minute .78. In 5th, Megan Harper of Jesuit, the sophomore, 59.67. 4th place, Sarah Ryerson, the senior from South Medford, a finals time of 58.02. In 3rd, Elena Basada, the senior from St. Mary's Academy, 57.84. In 2nd, Brooklyn Newbig, the senior from McMinnville Sheridan, 57.49. And the champion of the girls' 100-yard breaststroke for 2012, Karen Turner, the senior from Lake Ridge, in 56.25, an All-America consideration time for the state record holder in both Class 6A and in OSAA. Still off that mark from 2 years ago in her sophomore campaign. Karen Turner comes back to win the state title in the girls' 100-yard backstroke.
See, she's over the hill. Nothing but a has-been. Faded away. Couldn't ever match the glory of 2 years ago. It's pretty good to bounce back after you lose it as a junior and come back and take the championship again as a senior.
I think that's
a lot of dedication.
Absolutely. The Jesuit again with 5th and 6th placers in this event as they run away with the girls' team title. No math required there. No hard math. No new math.
Even if it were getting down to the wire, which it's not, because I think if we check our latest girls' total, Jesuit is 38 ahead of Lake Oswego, who is in the relay final. But again, no way to catch. It's a 38-point margin, and just for safety's sake, Jesuit's the #1 qualifier in the relay too. So.
As they clear the podium, one more set of awards to get to before we do the relays. And the boys' 100-yard backstroke in 12th place, Jared Taylor. 11th, Sam Lundeen. Taylor from Gresham, Sam Lundeen from McMinnville Sheridan. Alika Massey, a junior from West Salem, was 10th. And 9th, Tristan Versteeg of McMinnville Sheridan. Nathan Thorne was 8th, senior from Barlow, in his final state meet. And the consolation winner was Alex La Rosa Chavez, the freshman from Westview. In 6th, already up on the podium, the senior from David Douglas, Mason Barrow. Fellow senior Daniel Chen of Lake Oswego finishes 5th in 52.65. Max Yakubovich, junior of Southridge, 52.52 for 4th place. In 3rd, Harch Perkins, the senior from Tualatin, in 52.23. In 2nd, with an All-America consideration time of 50.88, Will Terrell of Grant. And the winner and state champion in the boys' 100-yard backstroke with an All-American qualifying time of 50.08, Curtis Klein, the junior from West Lynn.
So he sets the state meet record as well in it. And think about it, you swim an All-America consideration time, and it's only good for 2nd place in the state meet. That's pretty good quality for those first two.
Deep field for the boys' 100-yard backstroke and deep fields for the relays, which are coming up with top.
And after the relays, 4 more event sets of medals to be passed out as well as the team awards. So we'll have team scoring for you before that trophy gets handed out, and then we'll stick around for that presentation. And now they finally put up the team scores on the scoreboards for the first time today, showing that Jesuit leads Lake Oswego by 38 points. going to the girls' final event. St. Mary's is third with 100. Reynolds and Lakeridge are tied for fourth at 81. Tualatin sixth with 74. Century seventh at 69. Newburgh eighth with 63. West Salem ninth with 41, and West Lynn in 10th with 40 points. And now they put the boys' scores up as well, showing that Sunset has a 15.5-point lead on McMinnville-Sheridan. Grant third, but a distant third at 90 points. Barlow fourth with 80. Lake Oswego fifth with 69. West Lynn 66. Southridge 61. Newburgh 56. And a tie for ninth between Tualatin and Centennial with 47 points apiece. So now everybody knows where they stand going into the relays. The mystery is gone for everyone. Don't you hate it when they spoil a surprise like that?
They were probably already tuning into OSAA.tv
well,
and had your analysis.
Except for the people here, of course.
Well, maybe on a iPhone.
Yeah, that's true. They might.
Or
they
an
might.
iPad.
Of course, if they were listening to me, it'd probably be I don't wanna. We get ready for the girls' 400-yard freestyle relay. And the consolation final will be first. McMinnville-Sheridan will be in lane 1. West Salem in 2. Newburgh in 3. Sprague in 4. Century in 5. And South Eugene in 6 in this consolation 400 free relay. Again, we'll have the 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A meet for you starting at 1:45. And then at 6:30 tonight, it's the 5As to wrap up our 2 days of state competition here in Gresham. There's a whistle. Time to go. Consolation final in the girls' 400-yard freestyle relay. In lane 1, Ashley Neola, sophomore, swims the lead leg for McMinnville-Sheridan. Lane 2, freshman Mackenzie Rumrill, first for West Salem. Lane 3, Alicia Bush, a standout in this meet, swims the lead leg for Newburgh. Lane 4, senior Hannah Williams starts for Sprague. In lane 5, Logan Neal is the lead for Century. And we don't have team entries for South Eugene. Newburgh first after the first 50. And you would expect that with Bush, one of our top performers today, swimming that lead leg. So a little interesting strategy there to put her out front.
We've seen that work back and forth both ways in the meets, in particular the preliminaries yesterday. Coaches choosing to go with some of their best performers in the first leg. Sometimes it's worked out, sometimes it hasn't.
Bush touches first for Newburgh at 51.77. Century second at 53.40. West Salem third, 56.86. Sprague fourth at 57.43. South Eugene at 58.91. And McMinnville-Sheridan at 59.25. Second leg for Newburgh with Anna Dolniak, a senior. Swimming the second leg for Century is freshman Haley Leitner. Second leg for West Salem, Abby Diaz, a sophomore. Second leg for Sprague is Yvette Dow, a freshman. And Erica Sato, sophomore, swims for McMinnville-Sheridan. Coming to the 200 mark, and Newburgh comfortably in front. Their qualifying time yesterday was 5 seconds better than anyone else in this grouping. And Dolniak will hand off to Catherine Mays for the third leg. She'll have a 4-second lead on Century. Yelena Lunina will swim this third leg for them. Sprague goes to Heather Williams for leg 3. West Salem with freshman Allie Rasmussen. McMinnville-Sheridan with senior Brooklyn Newbig. South Eugene is in 6th. Newburgh with a comfortable margin here of better than 5 seconds with 150 yards to go. So they aren't letting up at all with their other swimmers. Never mind that Bush got them a good lead. They've been solid through every leg so far. Now Mays starting to slow just a little bit here in the last 25, but It'll still be a big lead for Cassie Beecher on the anchor leg for Newburgh. She'll have better than a 5-second advantage on the rest of the field. Century will touch second, 5+ seconds back. Ellie Thornbrew swims the anchor for Century. Kate Matthews the anchor for Sprague. West Salem in fourth with Maria Wetzel on the anchor leg. And Rebecca Wood swims for McMinnville Sheridan fifth, coming into the final anchor leg with South Eugene in sixth. 100 yards to go, or make it 50, excuse me, for Cassie Beecher of Newburgh. And she leads it by almost 6 seconds. Century second, West Salem third, and Sprague fourth. The consolation final of the girls' 400-yard freestyle relay. And Cassie Beecher sails home with a victory for Newburgh. She'll bring them home in 3:39.93, 4 seconds under their time from yesterday. Century hangs on to second, 3:44.84, 6/100ths ahead of West Salem in third at 3:44.90. Sprague fourth at 3:51.57, McMinnville fifth at 3:51.65, and South Eugene finishes sixth at 3:55.39. And to the final race for the girls we go. In lane one in the girls 400 freestyle relay final will be Reynolds. Lane two, Lake Ridge. Lane three, Jesuit, the top qualifiers, but only about 0.4 of a second ahead of Lake Oswego in lane four. In lane five, Tualatin. And in lane six, David Douglas in the final event for the 6A girls here in 2012. Abby Miracle will swim the leadoff leg for Reynolds. She's been a busy performer on the relays today. Brenda Shaw swims leadoff for Lake Ridge in two. Corey Carpenter leads for Jesuit in three. Abigail Lyons, the first swimmer for Lake Oswego, in four. And the crowd comes to a head here for the final race. Lauren Rabizniks is the leadoff swimmer for Tualatin in lane five. And Nikki Overton swims first for the David Douglas Scots in lane six.
Chance for Jesuit to put the exclamation point on its state championship right here. They have the best time coming in the final, and it must be a lot of fun knowing you have the title wrapped up and just can go out there and relax and swim your race.
Lake Ridge touches first, Jesuit second, Lake Oswego third, then it's Tualatin, David Douglas, and Reynolds, I believe. Now here's a safety-conscious swimmer. One of the swimmers for David Douglas still has her flip-flops on the pool deck. You got to give her credit there. Must be the anchor because she's not getting too nervous about her spot yet. All right, down we come to the first 100, and it's going to be Lake Ridge in front with the touch at 51.67. Reynolds second at 53.68. David Douglas third at 53.76. Jesuit fourth at 53.86. Tualatin fifth and Lake Oswego in sixth. For Lake Ridge, Madeline Hummel, the freshman, swims second. Chrissy Hartenstein second for Reynolds. Megan Harper second for Jesuit. Celia Keeney, the number two leg for Lake Oswego. Jessie Schroeder for Tualatin. And Pamela Kennedy swims the second leg for David Douglas. Lake Ridge continues to hang on by a little more than a second over Jesuit. Tualatin third, David Douglas fourth, Reynolds fifth, and Lake Oswego sixth. A swimmer in the pool still. I think the meet officials are kind of conferring about what to do with her. And on the touch, Jesuit moves into first place. Jesuit at 147.58 to Lake Ridge's 148.03. Tualatin third, David Douglas fourth, Lake Oswego fifth, and Reynolds sixth. Caitlin McMahon, the third leg for Jesuit. Karen Turner on leg three for Lake Ridge. Rachel Lorenzen, leg three for Reynolds. Catherine Yee, the third for Lake Oswego. Alyssa Fuji on leg 3 for Tualatin. And Nat Nguyen on leg 3 for David Douglas. Lake Ridge reclaims the lead by 0.8 of a second over Jesuit. Lake Oswego third. Tualatin and David Douglas tied for fourth. And Reynolds in sixth. As we come down to the anchor legs, the final 100, the final race for the girls. And it will be Lake Ridge with a comfortable advantage as they come to the final 100. Karen Turner will hand off to Jordan Canellis, and she will have almost a 2-second lead. And Jesuits Blaise Whitnauer Lee, great at the 500. What can she do in 100 yards? Lake Oswego third, Tualatin fourth, David Douglas fifth, and Reynolds sixth. Sarah Countett swims for Lake Oswego, Catherine Gertzmer for Tualatin, Emma Redwine Hickson for David Douglas, and Chrissy Vo for Reynolds. 50 to go, and the rally is coming out of Lake Oswego as well as Jesuit fades to fourth. Right now, Reynolds showing as being in first, but that's a mistake, a touching error. I think it's Lake Ridge in first as the scoreboard is off. And it is Lake Ridge in the lead with Jesuit bearing down on them. And now coming in lane 4, it's Lake Oswego. Sarah Kaunitz, the sophomore from Lake Oswego, moves into the lead. She will give the Lakers the relay championship. They touch first in 3:33.62. Second and a half off the meet record. Jesuit second at 3:34.51. Lake Ridge third at 3:35.88. Reynolds fourth at 3:37.99. Tualatin fifth at 3:39.20. And David Douglas sixth at 3:40.67 in the final of the girls' 400-yard freestyle relay. So not quite the way Jesuit would have wanted to go out, but still enough points for them to post their fourth consecutive 6A girls
I think
title.
they'll be satisfied with that, and then Lake Oswego can know that they won this particular event. They won the 400-yard girls.
And we mentioned Lake Oswego was less than 0.4 of a second away from Jesuit in qualifying, so not a real shocker there. And a good race, a strong anchor leg for Lake Oswego from Kaunitz. Down we go to the boys' 400-yard freestyle relay, the consolation final first. It'll be David Douglas in 1, West Salem in 2, Sheldon in 3, Westview in 4, Lincoln in 5, and Clackamas in 6. The consolation final for the boys' 400-yard freestyle relay. And we get a good start this time. Leland Miller swims leadoff for David Douglas in lane 1. Scott Savaldanak, the leadoff leg for West Salem in 2. Nathaniel Klump leads for Sheldon in 3. Philip Kapelich in lane 4 for Westview. Eric Chang leads for Lincoln in lane 5, and Sharon Smith is the lead swimmer for Clackamas in lane number 6. Lincoln with the first touch after 50, followed by Sheldon, David Douglas, Westview, West Salem, and Clackamas. David Douglas rallying in the second 50. They'll have the lead at the exchange at 49.06. Lincoln second at 49.20. Sheldon third, 49.95. Clackamas fourth at 50.68. Westview fifth at 50.91. And West Salem sixth at 53.07. Lucky Lee swims leg 2 for David Douglas. For West Salem, it's Thomas Manili. Sheldon, David Perlow. Westview, Reuben White. Lincoln, Andrew Wright. And Clackamas, Ryan Schultz. David Douglas still hangs on to the lead. Lincoln second. Sheldon third. Clackamas fourth. Westview fifth. And West Salem sixth. David Douglas stretching its lead out a little bit as we come to the halfway point. They'll touch first at 138.84, comfortably ahead of Sheldon at 140.99. Lincoln third at 140.39, sorry. Lincoln third at 140.74. Westview fourth at 142.15. Clackamas fifth at 143.20, and West Salem is sixth at 144.57. Raymond Miller swims the third leg for David Douglas. Alika Massey for West Salem. Sam Brazil for Sheldon. Jacob Weitzel for Westview. Bailey Pearson for Lincoln. And Christian McKinney, the third leg for Clackamas. Anchors are up on the blocks as we come down to the final 100. Lincoln's lead being cut into well, or rather David Douglas' lead by Lincoln, and Lincoln will take the lead at the touch. 229.34 to David Douglas, 229.61. Sheldon, Westview, Clackamas, and West Salem. Nicholas Lanker swims the anchor leg for Lincoln. Sam Redwine Hickson for David Douglas. Aiden Lowen Thomas for West Salem. Curtis Hubbard for Sheldon. Alex La Rosa Chavez for Westview, and Connor Smith for Clackamas. Lincoln with the lead with 50 to go. Sheldon, David Douglas, Westview, Clackamas, and West Salem. Last time down in this consolation final. And in lane 5, Lincoln continues to power behind Nicholas Lanker. Out in 3, a late rally coming from Sheldon's Curtis Hubbard, but not enough. Lincoln first in 3:19.36. Sheldon second at 3:20.18. David Douglas third at 3:21.10. Westview fourth at 3:21.38. Clackamas in fifth at 3:24.45. And West Salem sixth at 3:24.92 in the consolation finals of the boys 400 freestyle relay. Now 1 to go, and again to set up the scenario for you here, unless Sunset is disqualified and receives 0 points, they will defend their state title. It could be a narrow margin, but we'll see how it winds up. The field for the championship group, the final of the boys 400-yard freestyle relay. It'll be Tualatin in lane 1, Sunset in lane 2, Grant the top qualifiers in lane 3, McMinnville Sheridan in 4, Southridge in 5, and Barlow in 6. And as you'd expect, the big names we've been calling throughout the last couple days are all lined up set to participate in this final freestyle relay. Austin Arizala leads off for Tualatin in lane 1. Jonathan Zuoff for Sunset in lane 2. Will Terrell for Grant in lane 3. Matthew Valentine leads off for McMinnville Sheridan in lane 4. Nick Hansen-Holtree in lane 5 for Southridge. And Chris Weinert in lane 6 for Barlow. First time down, and it's Grant first, Sunset second, McMinnville Sheridan third, Tualatin fourth, and Barlow fifth, Southridge in sixth. Dave, a little anticlimactic since the trophy's not up for grabs, but this has all the makings of a great relay final.
Yeah, I love that all the stars of the individual races we're seeing here. It's a great way to cap the entire 6A meet.
Sunset and Grant battled for the title a year ago. They're battling in this race right now. Sunset leads Grant by 5/100ths. McMinnville Sheridan third, Tualatin fourth, Barlow fifth, and Southridge sixth. Evan Kading swims leg 2 for Tualatin in lane 1. Jordan Hurwitz, second leg for Sunset. Keenan Grobart for Grant, Stuart Chauvin for McMinnville Sheridan, Jake Ramsey for Southridge, and Charlie Franklin for Barlow. Sunset still leads Grant, the lead now at 8/10. McMinnville Sheridan tied with Grant for second. Actually, it's a three-way tie as they clear the board. Sunset first, 135.62. Almost 2 seconds now ahead of McMinnville as Grant really faded that leg. McMinnville Sheridan second, Grant third, Tualatin fourth, Southridge fifth, and Barlow sixth. It's Grant Taylor for Tualatin, Cole Hurwitz for Sunset, Julian Smith for Grant, Jacob Porter for McMinnville Sheridan, Kyle Blandon for Southridge, and Nathan Thorne for Barlow. McMinnville Sheridan rallying a little bit though on Sunset. Grant third, Tualatin fourth, Southridge fifth, and Barlow sixth as we get set to take it to the anchor legs. Cameron Stitt will swim anchor for Sunset. Stephen Greenwich, the anchor for McMinnville Sheridan. Henry Fellows, the anchor for Grant. And it's Sunset touching first at 2:24.63. McMinnville Sheridan second at 2:25.67. Then Grant, Southridge, Tualatin, and Barlow. Karch Perkins swims for Tualatin. Max Yakubovich, the anchor for Southridge, and Nick Thorne, the anchor for Barlow. 50 to go. Sunset leads it by better than a second. McMinnville Sheridan trying to rally behind Stephen Greenwich as he tries to reel in Cameron Stitt. Sunset looking to put the exclamation point on a state championship, and it appears as though they will as Greenwich challenge fades. He drops to third. Sunset in 3:11.14. Grant second at 3:12.71. McMinnville Sheridan third at 3:13.46. Barlow fourth at 3:17.28. Tualatin fifth at 3:18.04. And Barlow in sixth place at 3:19.30. That's the final event. The boys 400-yard freestyle relay.
If you're Sunset, that's the way to cap a meet, isn't it? A definitive win and the final relay, the final event of the meet for Sunset and the boys champions.
Keep in mind, we have to make sure that's all validated,
Official,
certified,
no
and
DQ,
stamped
right?
official. And do you have our final girls team totals now?
We do.
Let's go ahead and run down that from back to front. Go ahead and start with the backside, and we'll just count them all the way up.
All right.
Count down the hits.
Tied at 29 on our parade list today is Tigard and Sheldon, both with 3 points. In 28th, all by themselves, Forest Grove with 4. And 27th, Redmond with 5. And tied for 24th, a three-way tie there. Glencoe, Beaverton, and Barlow all with 7 points. And 23rd place, Canby with 8. And 21st place, a tie, Gresham and Clackamas with 9 apiece. Southridge was 20th at 12. In 19th place, Westview with 14. 18th was Sprague with 16.5 points. 17th, North Medford with 18 points. In 16th, it's Oregon City with 20. In 15th place, South Medford with 30 points. In 14th, Sunset with 31. South Eugene edged them for 12, 32 points, tying with McMinnville Sheridan. So McMinnville Sheridan kind of got it going there, tying for 12th with South Eugene. West Lynn was 11th with 40. West Salem 10th with 49. David Douglas in 9th place with 54.5. In 8th, Newburgh, 77 points. In 7th, Century with 79 points. And now to the top 6 in the women's team standings, Tualatin in 6th with 94 points. In 5th, St. Mary's Academy with an even 100. In 4th place, Reynolds with 103. 3rd place, Lake Ridge 105. In 2nd, Lake Oswego with the great finish in the girls' 400-yard freestyle relay. 150 points for the Lakers. And your women's team champions, Jesuit, 182 points to claim the title.
Pretty good performance by the two Lake Oswego schools, as Lake Oswego was 13th last year and Lake Ridge 10th, so they both climb in the standings. Award winners being presented in the girls' 100-yard breaststroke right now. In 12th was Jessica Lee of Southridge. 11th, Delynn D'Agostino of Gresham. 10th, Eva Winter of South Eugene. A tie for 8th between Kate Matthews of Sprague and Emma Redwine Hickson of David Douglas. Lydia Pervitzina of Barlow was 7th. Grace Jovanovich, a freshman from North Medford, was 6th. Miranda Alfwin, a junior from St. Mary's, was 5th. Katie Spires Robertson, a senior from Oregon City, 4th. Bree Ballsbow, sophomore from West Lynn, was 3rd. Catherine Yee, a senior from Lake Oswego, was 2nd. And another Laker, sophomore Sarah Konitz, the winner. Konitz at 1:03.61 missed the state mark by 1/100th of a second and missed the all-events record by 1 second. She has an All-America qualifying time, though, and Yee has an All-America consideration time as the two Lake Oswego swimmers went 1-2 in that event.
And now they'll call the boys 100-yard breaststroke top 6 placers to the podium. Let's give you the consolation bracket as well. In 12th, Liam Wong of South Eugene. In 11th, Keenan Grobert of Grant. In 10th, Kevin Wallen of Grant. In 9th, Benjamin Bukalski of Jesuit. In 8th, Curtis Hubbard of Sheldon. And in 7th, Blake Sue of Centennial. And now to the top 6. In 6th place, Luke Marshall, a junior for Lake Oswego, in a time of 1:00.66. In 5th, Taylor McMaster, the senior from Newburgh, in 1:03. And then the 3 Sunset finishers. In 4th, Casey Kwong in 59.80. In 3rd, Jordan Hurwitz, 59.19. In 2nd, his brother Cole Hurwitz with an All-American consideration time of 57.34. And the champion in the boys 100-yard breaststroke, Gabe Rooker of Forest Grove, an All-American qualifying time of 57.03, just 12/100ths off the all-class state record. But really the story there, the 3 Sunset finishers, 2, 3, and 4, arguably the most important individual race of the day, as Sunset climbed from 2nd into 1st with that performance and held on for the boys team championship over McMinnville.
Gave them that guarantee going in, which they extended, of course, with the relay win, but just nice to know they had that margin, didn't have to rely on what sort of point shuffle there was in that final relay race at all to do the math and figure out who had to figure in what position. But that move up of Kwong to 4th helped too.
And not to take away from the outstanding time of Gabe Rooker, the All-American qualifying time to win it for Forest Grove, the senior in his final meet here at Mount Hood Community College, at least his final meet as a pro.
So we have the relays to present, and then we'll wrap everything up with the team totals as well. We've already run down the women's totals for you. Yeah, but the top 6 teams will be out on the podium. And while we wait, let's go ahead and do the reverse order there for the, well, hang on. They're going to shuffle them off the podium, so we'll go ahead and take care of the relay teams and then count you down on the boys' point standings as well. And
sounds good.
Put a bow around this 6A meet. The girls' 400-yard freestyle relay, South Eugene finished in 12th place. In 11th was McMinnville Sheridan. In 10th place was Sprague. 9th was West Salem. 8th was Century. And in 7th place was Newburgh. In 6th place in the girls' 400-yard freestyle relay was David Douglas, Nikki Overton, Pamela Kennedy, Nat Wynn, and Emma Redwine Hickson at 3:42, make it 3:40.67. 5th place was Tualatin, Lauren Rabizniks, Jesse Schroeder, Alyssa Fuji, and Catherine Gertzmer at 3:39.20. 4th, Reynolds, Abby Miracle, Christy Hartenstein, Rachel Lorenzen, and Chrissy Vo at 3:37.99. In 3rd place in the girls' relay was Lake Ridge, Brenda Chaw, Madeline Hummel, Karen Turner, and Jordan Canellis at 3:35:38. Second, Jesuit, Corey Carpenter, Megan Harper, Caitlin McMahon, and Blaze Whitnauer Lee at 3:34:51. And the winners of the girls' 400-yard freestyle relay, Lake Oswego, Abigail Lyons, Celia Keeney, Catherine Yee, and Sarah Kaunitz at 3:33:62, a second and a half off the 6A record, 2 seconds off the OSAA mark, but good enough for All-America consideration time in their 400 relay. And again, we'll recap our top 6 women's teams in just a moment when they get set to present the team trophies there. And momentarily, we'll have our final set of medals handed out with the boys' 400-yard freestyle relay. Don't forget, we'll be back with you at 1:45 for the 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A meet, and at 6:30 for the 5A meet. While we wait, why don't you count us down up to number 7? We'll save the top 6. How's that?
That sounds good.
All
On
right.
the boys' side, in 27th, South Eugene with a point. In 26th, North Salem with 2. In 24th place, a tie, Hillsboro and Gresham with 5 points each. In 23rd, Aloha with 6 points. In 22nd place, Roseburg with 8. 21st on the boys' side, West Salem with 12. 20th, Clackamas, 13 points. Grants Pass, 19th with 13.5. 17th place on the boys' side, McNary and Redmond with 19. 16th place, Lincoln with 24. And 15th, David Douglas with 30. 13th, a tie, Forest Grove and Jesuit, 32 each. In 12th place, Centennial, 35. And 11th, Westview, 38. 10th went to Sheldon with 45 points. 9th place on the boys' side, Newburgh with 56. And 8th, West Lynn with 66. And Tualatin, 7th with 67. And we'll hold off on the top 6 until a little suspense.
Yep.
We know the top one and the second one.
All right, now they're bringing out the medal winners for the boys' 400 freestyle relay, our last event of the day.
And in 12th place in the boys' 400-yard freestyle relay, West Salem. 11th went to Clackamas. Westview finished 10th. 9th was David Douglas. 8th with Sheldon. And in 7th place, Lincoln. And now as you see them on the stand, the top 6. In 6th place, Barlow, Chris Weinert, Charlie Franklin, Nathan Thorne, and Nick Thorne. Time of 3:19.30. In 5th place, Tualatin, Austin Arizala, Evan Kading, Grant Taylor, and Karch Perkins. 4th, Southridge, Nick Hansen-Holtree, Jake Ramsey, Kyle Blandon, and Max Yakubovich. 3rd place, McMinnville Sheridan, Matthew Valentine, Stuart Chauvin, Jacob Porter, and Steven Greenwich. And 2nd place, Will Tyrrell, Keenan Grobert, Julian Smith, and Henry Fellows of Grant. Their time 3:12.71. And at the top of the podium in the boys' 400-yard freestyle relay, Sunset, Jonathan Zua, Jordan Hurwitz, Cole Hurwitz, and Cameron Stitt. The winning time in the boys' 400-yard freestyle relay, 3:11.14, and 32 points for Sunset in the boys' team race.
going to be an eventuality.
Bud will push for it. They may go to Calabro unless he picks up something for Calabro.
What was going to happen? There was a guy I went to school with. He was in communications. Was Keith Shifty.
Yeah, he's one of my groomsmen. He owns a whole cluster of stations over in Bend.
Really?
Got out of the
Does he
business.
live in?
Yeah, he lives in Bend, but he owns about 7 stations over there. He's in pretty good shape. Now, if you know Ship, I don't
Well,
know.
he probably doesn't remember. He may not remember. We went to different high schools in the Bellingham area.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were up there.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know Alan Lee at all? No, he's
I went to Mount Baker High School.
Yeah,
And then I
okay. He's
roomed.
another. Yeah.
Is he the only guy?
Yeah.
I roomed with a bunch of Seahawks guys. They were on the set in the dorm my first year. And that's how I got to know Ship.
Yeah. Oh, that's a small world. I'll have to get a hold of him. He always calls me when he's driving through. Never ahead of time. Never lets feel. Oh, next time we'll
That's
do
like
lunch.
my roommate from college.
Thanks,
He
Ship.
does the same thing. Oh, by the way, we were in your area yesterday.
Yeah. He goes over a lot from the symposiums and stuff like that, too. So.
Oh, yeah. Tell him hello.
I'll do that.
Yeah. That's probably been.
And awaiting the team presentations here at the 2012 6A Swimming State Championships. And in sixth place in the girls' competition, Tualatin with 94 points. They finished sixth a year ago. St. Mary's Academy was fifth a year ago. They're fifth again, even though their point total's up. They're fifth with 100. Tualatin sixth with 94. Reynolds, which finished fourth a year ago, is fourth again with 103. Lake Ridge, which was 10th a year ago, is in third place at 105. We finally shake it up a little bit. Lake Oswego, which finished 13th a year ago with 41 points, amasses 150 points today for a very strong second place finish. But the title still belongs to Jesuit. Last year, 183 points. This year, 182 as they win their fourth consecutive state title. And their fifth since the state went to classification swim meets in 1998. So very impressive performance once again for the Jesuit Crusaders as they just continue to roll on in the girls' competition. Well, you ready to take us home?
I'm ready. Presentation of the boys' team trophies, the top 6 teams.
Well, just getting to the girls now, I guess, huh? All right, I thought we'd already had the girls' team trophies.
Hold off here and let the girls have their moment.
So they just do top 4 here now, I guess. Reynolds in fourth. Lake Ridge and Lake Oswego, really a good performance for those two teams this year, as they were not even amongst the competitors a year ago, so they really stepped it up in their point totals. And Lake Oswego, of course, moving up and clinching second place with that great performance in the freestyle relay. Everybody up posing for friends and parents and celebrating down at the far end of the bubble here at Mount Hood. Oh, I see. I think they're going back and forth between the girls and boys. So
okay.
Yeah, we didn't get the script. But why don't you go ahead, let's just go ahead and do our top 6 for the boys, and we'll wrap things up from there.
Top 6 in the boys team standings. In 6th, Lake Oswego with 69 points. In 5th, Southridge with 83. Barlow finishes 4th with 98 points. In 3rd, Grant High School with 116. McMinnville Sheridan had the lead for a portion of this meet. They finished 2nd, 189.5, and the 6A boys team champions, Sunset High School, with 213 points.
A great run by McMinnville. They were 6th a year ago with 90. And Sunset able to defend the title, so next year they will take a shot at that mark of Summit back in the 4A days when they won 3 in a row, 2003, 2004, and 2005. We're going to go ahead and just sign off from here. We'll let you continue to watch the awards presentations. A reminder again that we will be back with the 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A swimming state championships starting at approximately 1:45. And then we'll have the 5A championships at approximately 6:30. But congratulations again to our team champions. The Jesuit girls win for the 4th year in a row, and the Sunset boys in a narrow win over McMinnville Sheridan make it back-to-back boys state swimming trophies. 1 down, 2 to go. For Dave Wenda and our crew here in Gresham, I'm Todd Pickett. We thank you for joining us for the 2012 6A Swimming State Championships. We'll see you at 1:45 with the small schools right here on OSAA.tv.
If you've stopped saving, let us help you start. Savings today and rewards tomorrow from U.S. Bank. Save a little every week with every purchase, every paycheck. Watch your savings grow. When you reach $1,000, you'll earn a $50 rewards Visa card. Earn another $50 when you keep it for a year. Save for a wedding day, a family, or your house. Just start. All of us serving you. U.S. Bank.
My family and I were enjoying a big vacation in Tahoe. After a great day on the mountain, our car wouldn't start. I got a jump, but it kept dying. Everyone in town said, "Go to Les Schwab." When I pulled up, George delivered. He quickly tested the battery and confirmed it was a goner. While he installed a new one, I finally got my first relaxation of the vacation. It's nice to be treated like a neighbor so far from home. I'm Clay Gilman, and that's my Les Schwab story.
Les Schwab, doing the right thing since 1952.
Second place for the boys with 189.5 points, McMinnville Sheridan High School, coached by Jason Hafner. And the boys are up there now anyway. You shouldn't have the girls side up